Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind, a collection of advanced self-help quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to be their own story doctor, emotional detective, psychological detective. What are we looking for? Well, who am I? Well, the self has two parts, generally speaking. Sort of the adaptive self, or sometimes the false self, the social self. The self we use to go through life with, often called like the roles we play kind of thing. But that's okay if we have, what's missing really is the sense of at home within feeling, the beingness, the ontological self, the sense of self, the authentic self, the real self, the midnight blue, Luke Grahams calls it. That's our authentic self. We're meant to kind of come from this authentic self. And then our doing comes from our authentic self. That's the maiden king image. So in the fairy tale maiden king, the feminine principle, maiden, feminine, right? So the feminine principle, the yin, the shakti, it's your beingness, your receptivity, it's that presence within, like the moon, the night, the moon, the resting, the being. It's called the beingness. So the beingness is kind of, you come from there, that's what leads as the maiden king. So the beingness king kind of thing. You want to come from that beingness. So the most newest fairy tale that we're adding to our collection is the Maiden King story, as told by Robert Bly, Marianne, is that right? Woodman, she's famous for a book called Addiction to Perfection, but she's got a slew of other books. What Iron John was for Robert Bly, she says leaving father's house was for her, meaning differentiating from, this old house of childhood, and you're dealing with the memories of that time, still trying to win mother's love in that time. So you find parent copies, try to save them thinking you're saving the mother, or you find others that stand in for you and you treat them the way you were treated you. So you're still in that kind of old psychic house, so she called it leaving that kind of house like that. So anyways, so the title of the fairy tale is called Maiden King, and they were saying that's a pretty good quick image right off the bat. That's our authentic self. Our beingness kind of leads. When you have your beingness, your like the home within kind of thing. Okay, it's a pleasant, calm kind of feeling. It's like a hum within, the emotional body, the sense of embodiment. You feel embodied. You feel alive and real kind of thing. See, with trauma, the pin goes in the collar, you feel flat. And you want, to get the feelings back, called the firebird or the phoenix, or the red bird rises and the pin pops out, you get back your feelings. But in trauma, the pin goes in, you go flat kind of thing. So when the pin goes in, the beingness is personified by a maiden, but the trauma was so severe, she morphed into a swan and flew away. The Maiden King became a swan and flew away. So that's kind of implies that there was a real urgency on the baby's part to exile, to hide, to protect, for safekeeping his beingness. So he had to hide it from himself, to the mother, to disguise it, flip-flop, disguises it by morphing it into a swan. In the prior mentation, you have all these shape-shifting and morphing kind of things taking place. The dream world, the myth, the fairy tale world like that. Okay, so we're born with this Maiden King, i.e. the beingness. We come from our beingness. Kristen Wilson says if you're not in your body, you're not making sense anymore. But if you're in your body, if you have your beingness, your maiden, then your active, masculine doing, king doing, the expression of your doingness comes from your beingness. Okay, since you have your beingness, you have your feelings, your golden ball, your doingness will be based on your beingness. If the beingness is there, okay, you have natural empathy, you have natural compassion. So you're naturally ethical and moral and kind and virtuous because you have your beingness like that. The problem is when we lose the beingness, we're back in the survival brain. Everything's just jungle slogans. So that's the trauma like that. So the famous triune brain, the brain with three parts. Yeah, so our brain has three kind of parts, of three minds, of three brains, however you want to say it. So the earliest part of the brain is just related to survival, visceral sensations. Okay, although we call fear, anger, disgust, anxiety, shame, kind of feelings like that, it's technically more like visceral responses, like physiological responses in relation to survival kind of thing. Okay, so that part of the brain is sometimes nicknamed the iguana brain, this chameleon brain, lizard brain, snake brain, dinosaur brain, crocodile brain. Pick your favorite creature in that area, and you can use that as a nickname for that part of the brain, in reference, simply just only in reference to that, meaning that that part of the brain only cares, like those creatures, about the instinct of survival and reproduction. There's no love or family and love and stuff like that. Okay, so it's just this. Snakes only care about reproduction and survival. That's a really primitive, ancient part of the brain, and we have that, unfortunately. Well, we have that, right? So that's the spine, the tip of the spine, they said, and the amygdala mainly. The amygdala, right? So that's like if there's a danger, you want to run away. If you can't run away, the baby wants to run away from his abusive mother. He wants to fight with the mother. How can the baby fight with the giantess in the nursery, right? It'd be like an ordinary person fighting with King Kong with his hands. The baby couldn't fight with the mother, so he may disassociate flight and mind. So he may be like, and his mind goes somewhere else. So he might be disassociative, or make himself numb, put himself in a trance, a hypnotic state, just like it's kind of like the mercy phenomena where you're so much pain, your brain sends you endorphins. Now you're in a swoon. Everybody calls it the swoon. There's a pain so utter it swallows something up your beingness, then the person goes in a swoon. The baby was betrayed like that. So the system is trying to survive. So there's some kind of switch that goes off where he can survive. But so I'll talk about the switch coming up. Yeah, I just found it this morning. This quote about the switch, interesting one. So in trauma, is it here? Hang on. Do I have it coming up here? Oh yeah, here by Miss Bannett here. Trauma. So if the baby, okay, so we're talking about attachment trauma, relational trauma, interpersonal trauma, betrayal trauma, where the mother doesn't meet the baby's needs. If the baby's needs don't get met, he's terrorized, he's in a traumatic state. He'd like to run away, he can't. He'd like to fight with the mother, he's got fantasies, overwhelmed, something switches off, he goes into a dissociative state, and then he gets numb like that. But so that's the switching idea about disassociation. The famous, flee, flight, play dead, or flight in the mind kind of thing. So this is all visceral stuff. It's not like primary, basic feelings about love and living like that. So that's the part of the brain that just cares about survival, right? The limbic system, the amygdala, like that. Okay, but we're mainly the middle one, the feeling self, the embodiment. There's where your love and creativity, spontaneity and play, and tenderness, affection, empathy, warmth, and understanding, and the joy of the fountain of love, where if your partner expresses, reveals their intimacy, and you share yours, there's a kind of like a positive feedback loop where she shines her light, you shine your light, and the two lights kind of, there's a kind of a positive feedback loop where there's mutuality and there's two people relating, and no one's using the other, no one's transferring the past to the present, using the present is still the past, fighting with the mother. It's a very draining kind of thing, where you're in protest mode, treating somebody in the present the way you were treated you, to tell the world how your mother treated you, as if you're wearing like a protest placard or something, or a banner kind of thing. Or you have the hope that somebody in the present could be the mother in the past, so you treat people like symbolic breasts, siphon them dry. Now there's the emotional vampire phenomena. So you're using and exploiting people, symbolic breast phenomena, needing more narcissistic supply to stand in for the missing breastfeeding experience, meaning the maternal comforting experience as well. So that's, if there's trauma, you don't see the present for what it is and have mutuality. You just see the present still the past. Or you transfer the past to the present and recreate and reenact the past. Two positive intentions. One is you have this false hope that maybe by repeating the past in the present, you can somehow get a better past. It's diluted because there is time, but that part of the lizards don't know time. And all your energies in that part of the brain driving you, called the unconscious motivation. Second positive intention, repetition compulsion, is if you repeat something in the present, symbolic of the past, that's meant for you to be conscious of what happened in the past. So when we repeat, we're trying to remember. We're trying to remember. We recreate what happened in the past, which we forgot because we couldn't know it. We couldn't even feel it. So you're trying to recreate it so you can now know it and now feel it. Then you can stop repeating. That's the other positive intention, repetition compulsion, to get out of trauma. So we're trying to make the unconscious conscious. Okay, Mr. Freud's famous essay, memory, repeating, and working through. Baby doesn't remember the trauma. He doesn't remember. He can't know it. He can't feel it. Disassociates. It's recorded in the body. It's procedurally known, implicitly known, but he can't think it. Okay, that's the unthought known, scarecrow image. No brain, can't think it because there's no brain. So baby can't kind of know it, but there's a trauma like that. It's frozen in his system like that. and that's a pain, that's a question of survival. He's going to keep repeating like that. So he's going to recreate that interaction, hoping for a better outcome. At the same time, recreate as a communication what happened in the past from him to him. So that's the two sort of positive intentions, repetition, compulsion. It looks dysfunctional, but there's a positive intention that we're trying to remember, we're trying to heal, we're trying to make the unconscious conscious. Imagine the duck is in the water, okay, and the duck can fly in the air, like two worlds like that. So we want to make the unconscious conscious. We want to bring to the light of intellectual consciousness, like awareness, conscious awareness, like the air, a little bit like the air, like that. But you're still grounded, and you can tap into recognition of what's in your unconscious come to your conscious. Kind of like Hermes flying up with a ladder, where you wake up in the morning with a dream. All that you were dreaming was in the unconscious, but when you wake up, you might remember a little snippet that's coming to your conscious. So that little snippet, that's key. That's like a letter from your soul to you. So it's communicating to you. It's trying to make the unconscious conscious. Your dream world is trying to communicate to you some recurring theme, what you're trying to feel, some pattern that you have. So when you wake up, it's kind of like allowing it into your consciousness. So you want to free associate from your dreams like that. Okay, we got a quote coming up. Actually, we got a quote about that coming up. Where is it here? It's coming up, yeah, it's coming up. I've got a bit of a backlog of quotes. Today we'll be doing 29:19. The last video wasn't too bad done at this very venue over at the other end there, at the other corner on the Halloween, before they were doing Halloween preparations. That video turned out to be okay, I thought. So let's see how this one goes. Okay, let me back up here. So I feel like I kind of skipped ahead too much here. Let's back up here. The baby's born with an authentic self, the beingness, okay? A sense of home with them. Okay, this hum, this midnight blue, this beingness. Okay, it's like the moon in the night, like that. It's kind of a beingness. It's a resting beingness kind of quality. It's a warm feeling. It's a beautiful feeling. So that's like your beingness. And, you know, we live to the extent that we feel this beingness. I feel therefore I am. And from this beingness quality, the natural expression of the emotions are the primary feelings, mainly joy. Okay? Now sadness is also there because it's a natural response to admit sadness when there's a loss. So that's a primary feeling. So joy and sadness are sort of like the primary feelings. So all of the joy for which you pray is 100 tears away. So if there's a loss, you need to feel sad, and then joy comes back to the console. So the Disney film Inside Out shows you this basic idea, with joy and sadness sort of being at the console, the main ones at the console. Now with trauma, joy and sadness got zooped away, you went back to the primitive brain, fear, anger, disgust in the first film, right? And then joy and sadness had to come back to save the person. Because if joy and sadness are zooped away, and you got fear, anger, disgust at the console, shame, disgust, that's a pitiful kind of life, right? Your activity, impulsive, always about survival. You're not enjoying anything. You're just always looking like hyper-vigilant, PTSD, survival mode all the time. So you want to get back to beingness, the natural state of affairs. Babies are not meant to be traumatized. Babies are not meant to be traumatized. That's the thing, you know. And when the baby's traumatized, he creates these false beliefs that he's guilty, that he's wrong, that he do something wrong, he's in pain, they're about to punish him, he's defective, what's wrong with him, you know. So then you get these false beliefs, and then who was it here? This Mr. Woodward here, T. Woodward was saying, and then the culture promotes it, kind of thing. So here the baby's traumatized, and the culture perpetuates it, kind of thing. So this is in other words, the baby's traumatized, the pin goes in the collar, and all of society says, well, keep the pin in. Like there's not much help to get the pin out. There's sort of like it's sort of a negative loop we're in, you know, kind of thing, where we're not really conscious of ourselves, kind of thing. So Woodman says we have to wise up and grow up and things like that. Steve Behrman says we need an upwising. Woodman kept saying we got to grow up, kind of thing. Well, mourning is the doorway to growing up. Mourning builds psychic structure. Yesterday's quote: "Mourning builds psychic structure." Okay, so like it's a loss to not have a loving mother. It's a loss not to go through developmental process. It's a loss not to have your beingness. It's a loss not to have your golden ball. It's a loss not to express what's unique about you. It's a loss not to have mutuality and tenderness and affection, creativity, spontaneity, and expressing what's unique about you, shining your light. These are all huge losses. Okay, that starts off with that we have to mourn the loving mother that should have been there. So if you can admit that the truth, that's the case, that we lost all that, okay, it's this verdict of reality. Okay, reality means you're going to mourn. If you deny, you're not going to mourn. So if you can face the truth that the mother didn't love the baby, so a person's got to say, oh my God, my mother didn't love me. Like, whoa, that's a dramatic thing to think and say, right? My mother didn't love me. Why didn't my mother love me? Like, holy, you know what I mean? So TQ 2822, I'm referring to TQ 2822. John Thorold had the line there for the lady, quote, why didn't my mother love me? And then she had to admit that kind of thing. So this golem is at did the same thing. You've got to admit this kind of thing. So when we say the mother didn't love the baby, we mean it from the baby's perspective here. Okay, from the baby's perspective. If he doesn't get his needs met, he thinks he's a goner, he's being abandoned, he's terrorized, like alone on the field kind of thing. Mother's misattuned, malattuned, force feeding, feeding at the wrong time, not being around when the baby feels scared and mother shames him for it. Like, this is terrorizing stuff for the baby. He's not being loved if these kind of things are taking place. So if the mother's misattuned, malattuned, emotionally unavailable, or she wants to repeat her past by using the child in her drama with her battle with her mother, then she's not meeting the baby's needs. So she's just using the baby as part of her repetition compulsion to see if she can get a better past for her past. So she casts her own baby in the role of her back then while she plays the shaming mother. Okay. So if the mother has trauma herself, i.e. she's impaired, i.e. she didn't get enough love to have her differentiation, her individuation, her sense of self, her ontological self, her beingness. Okay. So if the mother didn't feel safe with her mother, then she's stuck in the tar pit of a negative fusion, a negative oneness. Okay, so that's the tar pit of a negative symbiosis. And when it's so severe like that, the mother makes the Faustian pact called identification with the aggressor. She'll become the aggressor. She thinks it's better to shame herself than just be passive and let the mother shame her, so shame herself. She feels a little power to shame herself. It's perverse stuff. You sell your soul by doing this kind of thing, as they say in the myth. So she makes the Faustian pact. She identifies as aggressor. So she's one with the mother, imitates the mother. What did the mother do? The mother shamed her. She becomes a shaming mother. She shames herself. So she goes through life shaming herself. Now, to get out of the pain of this, she's got to find somebody to shame whom she will believe is her. She does a little trick where she called projection, externalization, scapegoating, blaming, externalization. In her fantasy, she'll think someone else is her. Okay? Wanting love, crying for love. Well, she's the shaming mother, shaming herself. But when she shames her own baby, it distracts her from how she's shaming herself. She made the Faustian pact. She's got to shame herself. Okay, so when she sees the baby as her and shames the baby, she just makes her unaware that she's shaming herself, maintaining the Faustian pact, getting the pleasure of being one with the mother, and the poor baby is being drawn into this kind of thing. So the mother, the Faustian pact means the mother needs somebody to shame and hate and damn it, the Wicked Witch kind of stuff, right? Stepmother kind of stuff. The mother envious and got to shame and hate and all that. Okay. The way she thought that's what had happened to her with her mother. The mother was the envy breast. Okay, the wicked stepmother breast, basically. Okay, so like think about Cinderella like that, right? Okay, so the mother, if she doesn't have a baby of hers to shame and hate and all that, then she feels she's doing it to herself. She doesn't want to feel that she's doing it to herself. So she doesn't feel that she's hating herself, shaming herself. She hates the baby standing in for her. So the mother has, this middle one here. So let's say, so let's just stick with this point here. So let's say the mother, this mother here, when she was a baby, she reached out for her mother looking for a secure attachment style. But her mother likewise was impaired. She was repeating what happened to her. So she saw her daughter as her back then, and this mother identified with the aggressor, shamed her daughter, and then flip-flop, the mother was angry at her mother, so she thought as she shamed her baby, she thought the baby was her mother. So this woman here is being shamed and being blamed for what the mother's mother did. So the mother is really being overwhelmed with pain. So how does she deal with the situation? Okay, so she freezes up her soul, exiles her soul. That's Snow White in a coffin in a box, Rapunzel in the tower, Okay, or the personification of the beingness is the princess who morphs into a swan and flies away. Okay, so the soul is kind of detached from, like, it's just unavailable to us. It can be turned to stone, it can fly away, it can be hidden, it can be locked in a tower, it can be locked in a cage, it could be in a coma in a box, it can morph to an animal and run away, it can down a tunnel, down a cavern where the lights never show, across the thrice ninth mountain, beyond the 7.2 times 10 ocean, you know, go I know not whither, bring back I know not what. Okay, so in other words, the beingness is, they're afraid of having their beingness, so it's very distant from them, kind of thing. So myths and fairy tales personify a person's beingness with the maiden king and the swan and the Rapunzel and Snow White and so on. That's a personification for beingness, and we see the condition of them. So this mother didn't get her needs met. She protected herself by freezing up her soul and all that. But then what? She's got to have a mother. She's got to have a mother. No baby would make without a mother. So she makes the Faustian pact. All right, to have a mother, I got to mimic her. But if I mimic her, the deal is I got to shame myself. If she's shaming me, I'm her who shames me, I shame myself. Ouch, yikes, what a miserable, pitiful curse, or whatever you want to call it. What a miserable situation. So she makes this Faustian pact. So she gets mother's power, in other words. Yep. And the idea of living forever is because there's no time in that part of the brain. It's timeless, timelessness. Okay, no time, infinite, no time. That's why they say she lives forever. She gets to live forever. Timeless, like a god lives forever. So, so she gets the deal. She gets to think that she's in a state of timelessness, and she could be the aggressor and not feel that. She thinks it's better to shame herself than just sit there letting the mother shame her. Well, she'll shame herself. She feels a little sense of importance doing it. And then plus she can do the trick where she can find someone else's proxies to shame her, like that. And then the truth is she is angry at what the mother did to her. So as she shames her own baby, she thinks her own baby is the mother hurting her. Then she plays herself, expressing her anger at her mother, whom the baby's now playing. So this woman in the middle here, when she was a baby herself, you know, she was overwhelmed by all this. Her needs weren't being met. So we can simply say the mother wasn't loved. The mother didn't love her. The wicked stepmother didn't love her. Okay? So in fairy tales, when they say there's no mother, and that guy married another woman, she was a stepmother. No, stepmother is code for the bitterness, narcissism of the mother, and the loving side of her is minimal. And there's too much of the bitterness of her. So the mother was a wicked stepmother, envious and filled with ennui and revenge and all that stuff, Italianic and envious of her child and all that, because she's imitating mother, because she made the Faustian pact. It's a very, very sad situation. It's called identification with the aggressor. Okay, so let's say this woman, okay, grows up and then has a baby. Okay, she's gonna do the same thing. Baby, hi there. I got an unresolved, painful problem with my mother. I got a very painful interaction with my mother. I want to get out of it. I'm in a lot of pain. I have a pin in the collar. My soul is far away. I gotta get a better outcome for the past. I gotta undo what my mother did to me. I gotta somehow find some way to, I don't know, get a better past, undo the past, rewrite history like that. So sorry, baby, I can't see you and meet your needs in the present. I'm in too much pain. I'm impaired. There's no way. I don't have the psychic structure. I don't have differentiation. I don't have an I who loves, like who loves. I don't have a who to love, like who loves. There's no the authentic self love. Sorry, baby, I have no authentic self, so I can't love you. The psychic structure needs to love a baby is an authentic self. I have no authentic self. So sorry, baby. I gotta first deal with this what happened to me here. I want a better outcome. I'm in a lot of pain like this. I'm like the silent scream, flash frozen painting. My soul is frozen. I'm screaming. I can't scream. My soul is gone. I feel got the pin in the collar. I feel flat. I don't know my beingness. I just think everything's in this battle with my mother. I'm just a survival baby, so I can't really be present for you here. But since you're on the scene here, I'll use you. I'll use you as a proxy for me. So what's going to happen, baby, is due to my trauma, I'm going to repeat, hoping for a better outcome. Now, since I play the shaming mother, I need someone to play me. So that's where you come in, baby. You're going to play me. I'm going to see you as me back in the nursery, and I'm going to redo the thing. So instead of me crying for love, I'm going to see you as crying for love on my behalf. You're going to be a proxy of me. Okay, so what happened was I cried for love, mother said no. Okay, now in the replay, since you're me crying for love, I'm the shaming mother who says no to me. Since you're me, I say no to you. Sorry, baby, I'm going to say no to you because I think you're me and I'm the shaming mother. Okay, hocus pocus, auto-hypnosis, double think. I am angry, baby, I am angry at my mother. So while you cried for me, thank you very much, and I shamed you, because that's what happened. I got to repeat what happened. Now I didn't get healed by doing that. You know, baby, when I shamed you, I wasn't healed, so I'm still angry. So now I'm going to see you as my mother who hurt me, and I'm going to express my anger at you. So baby, I'm going to shame you first, and then I'm going to be angry at you thinking you're my mother who hurt me, even though I'm the one who's shaming you. So baby, I'm going to shame you, and then I'm going to hate you. Baby's going to say, oh my God, mother, hold the phone here. Stop the presses. What's going on here? This is too much painful. I'm overwhelmed by this. I can't flee. I can't fight with you. I'm in a trance. My brain is sending me endorphins. Some kind of switch goes on in me. I can't feel. I got a pin on my collar. What are you doing to me, mother? Why are you doing all this stuff? Can't you see reality? Can't you see that I'm your baby who needs your love? No, I can't. Well, materially, I can pretend to understand that. But in reality, no, I see you as me and my mother. Baby, you're not psychotic, are you? Baby, it's worse than that. I'm psychotic, but I can appear non-psychotic. I can appear reasonable. I can appear normal, but I'm being psychotic underneath. I can cloak and camouflage my psychotic behavior with my rationalization, self-justification. You know, I tell people, you know, I gotta spare the rod, and you know, mother knows best. And society reinforces that mother knows best. So I get away with it. I got a handy society-approved camouflage to appear reasonable for what I'm doing. Oh my God, what a mess. So what's this baby gonna do? Okay, likewise, like what his mother did. Flash freeze his soul, send it away, Snow White in a coffin in a box. So the child's beingness will be missing. Now he feels flat. That's the pin in the collar and under the neck, right? It's flat, right? So that's called athemolexia. No feelings for your words, or alexithymia. No words for your feelings. The jargon is flat affect, right? So there's no real hum or warmth. There's no golden ball. There's no pleasant feeling. There's no bluebird of happiness. There's no joy. There's no sadness to mourn losses. You can't even mourn losses. You can't even feel sad. Sad's not pain. Sad is a natural response to loss. You feel good when you feel sad because it's related to your authentic beingness. The pain is when you can't feel sadness, you can't feel joy. Okay, if you got all this, if you're back in the primitive brain, it's all like ennui and cynicism and schadenfreude and all this bitterness and anger like that. So shame and anger and manic defenses, and it's just all about survival slogans like that. So you're not living, you're just constantly a jungle survival slogans. You're not really enjoying the present, you're still in the past. The present's always the past. You're not enjoying the present. Every present's the past. Every new present is still the same old past. You're just repeating again and again. So this baby is likewise like her mother. Okay, the two of them, neither of them got mother's love. This is called intergenerational trauma, or the transmission of generational trauma. Okay, so someone's got to like pause here. Right? Someone's got to, some mother at some point's got to say, stop the presses here. Okay, wait a minute, hold the phone here. Twilight Zone, some middle confusing thing here. Okay, some mother's got to say to her son, before she shames her baby, she's got to catch herself. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like I can't love my baby? Instead, I got to hate my baby. Where's that coming from? Oh my God, did I identify with the aggressor? And I'm going to do this because I don't remember that's what happened to me. And I'm trying to remember what happened to me by doing it. And I'm supposed to see that what I'm doing is a repetition of the past. Oh my God, so she can catch herself before that. That's it. That's basically, that's what I'm feeling something about it. That's basically it. So she's got to make the inference that if she's going to be negative towards her baby, that's for her to know that the mother was negative towards her. If she can catch that before she's negative towards her baby, she can get the knowledge that that's what happened to her. Okay, then she'll feel sad, she'll have mourning, you know, and there may be like an emotional knowing by this. That's kind of like the Firebird coming up. It's kind of like some feelings come in. It's called emotional knowing. The Firebird's also called emotional knowing. There could be little Firebirds, it could be a major fire, just a little feeling. She just has to have a little feeling about it, and that could be good enough. Okay, or similar or related to the mother could say to herself, wait a minute, why do I hate my baby? Oh my God, does that mean when I was a baby I hated my mother and I transferred my mother to the baby and I think my baby's my mother? Wait a minute, my reality check here. My baby's not my mother. So why do I hate the baby? Where's that coming from? It's got to be some kind of communication somehow. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think that's what's happening. Maybe that's what's happening. I hate my, she might say, I feel tempted to hate my baby because it's coming to me that really I hate my mother. So it's just coming to me. The baby makes me feel safe to bring up feelings. The baby gives the mother a level of safety, so feelings come up on her. When you feel safe, you get feelings and knowledge like that. So she's got to make some kind of inference of what's going on. Then she can kind of remember that she wasn't loved, she didn't get differentiation, okay? That her mother was impaired. Okay? Then she doesn't need to repeat it. So still to this point, my favorite quote in this area was this woman was about to have a baby, and she went to the shrinker man. Okay, play Katie Lee's song, shrinker man, wise me up if you can. So we have a great soundtrack in 1001 Windmills of the Mind, songs from all around the world, an incredible soundtrack, all genres. We got some opera, we got some ambient, folk songs, and fun songs, and like Katie Lee, and lots of classic rock actually, songs from Turkey and Peru and Brazil and all over the place, Asia. Not so much. Yeah, I don't have too many Latin America. That's not too, but we're working on it. I'm trying to get songs from around the world. A lot of songs from Malaysia and Turkey. A lot of great songs from Malaysia by Ziana Zaim. A lot of great songs by Turkey from a variety of singers, Devrim Kayas or Tabarenner, a Turkish group by the Putumayo series. We've got 4 songs from there on the soundtrack. So I love talking about the soundtrack. Yesterday we closed up with Spellbound by Triumph in honor of Halloween, because when I was here last time they were doing the Halloween decorations. So I said, let's close up with Spellbound. It has a kind of a Halloweenish kind of theme. So if you look at the music video for Triumph's Spellbound song, you kind of see it there, right? There's this hapless guy who sees a woman who reminds him of his mother, and then poof, he turns to stone. It's a Halloweenish kind of thing, right? So the metaphor is that the person throws up his feelings, flat affect turned to stone. So the guy in the music video sees a woman who he thinks is his mother emotionally. What does she do? She turns him to stone. She leads him. She leads him, and then hypnotizes him. He's stunned. He's spellbound, and then poof, he's in stone, spellbound. So we got a lot of fun songs on our soundtrack. So Katie Lee, we got 4 songs by Katie Lee on our soundtrack from her first album of songs on psychotherapy. Yeah? She does parody songs of psychology. She did 2 albums. The first one's the main one, called Songs of Couch and Consultation. So we got Shrinker Man, It Must Be Something Psychological, her big hit, It Must Be Something Psychological. Properly Loved, and Repressed Hostility Blues. 4 great songs, I think. Her main hit is It Must Be Something Psychological. It's really quite explainable. You see, she says she only likes men who are emotionally unavailable. The mother was narcissistic. It's really quite explainable. She wants to find a copy of the mother, so she's only attracted to emotionally unavailable fellows because the mother was emotionally unavailable. So she can continue the battle. She can continue with her hope to change the fellow who would be the mother, or she wants to get a better outcome with the mother by finding a copy of the mother in the fellow, and then thinking she can, still in the past, trying to change the mother. It's really quite explainable. She likes men who are only emotionally unavailable. It must be something psychological. That's her big hit. I noticed some famous perfume or fragrance company did a whole commercial, did a whole like 2-minute commercial or a 1.5-minute commercial or something, and then the song played in the background the whole time. Dun, 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 dun. It's really... Yeah, try not to get people in camera. Is that gonna work? You know, I wasn't planning to come here. I was just walking by it, and I took a peek in. Oh, it's not too busy after all. Maybe I'll do it here instead. I prefer to do it here if I can. I'm not in the main. This is not the main kind of touristy kind of thing. It's a more sort of like a residential, commercial, you know, I don't know. There's no like okay, never mind. So let's. It must be something psychological. Oh yeah, so the shrinker man. So the shrinker man story. Shrinker man, shrinker man. So one good quote I thought is this woman went to the shrinker man. Shrinker man, I'm thinking about having a baby, but I got this bad feeling that I don't know how to love my baby. Something's wrong here. I feel stuck. I feel blocked. I got a thorn. I don't know what it is. I think maybe consciously, I know something in me tells me something's going to go wrong. Can you help me? Shrinker man, wise me up if you can. So they interacted after a little while. The shrinker man said to the woman, oh yes, you're letting me know what kind of childhood you had. Oh, I really? What do you mean, shrinker man? You're letting me know what kind of mother you had and how it felt being with her. Aha. Please go on, sir. You're putting me in the role of you back then, and you're acting like her. And I feel a kind of a tug and a pushing to feel what maybe you felt with her. Click, click, she got it. She cried, she wept. Okay? Mourning leads to differentiation, because a person's got to mourn. So you get your identity when you mourn. Okay? When you feel safe, you can mourn, you get your identity. Okay? The pin goes out, the feelings come in. So she got it. Okay? She answered the question, why didn't my mother love me? So she admitted, and she mourned the loss of the loving mother that she never had, that her mother didn't love her. She could say to it, my mother didn't love me. She was impaired. She got the story of the mother. She saw the reality of the mother. Okay, it's reality that does the healing. If you're lying, okay, you got to call a spade. If you're going to heal, you got to do spade a spade. The only way to heal is to call a spade a spade. You can't heal when you're lying. It doesn't work. Baba Yaga gobbles you up. There's no healing. Okay. I'll talk about Baba Yaga in a minute, maybe. Okay, so she did it. So then later she had a baby and was present. Because she had her beingness, she could love the baby. Before she didn't have her beingness. So she'd repeat her problem with the baby. So she would do the same thing. Okay, so let's say that this woman didn't go to the shrink. She'd have a baby and have this compulsion to replay the thing. So she'd play the record, the memory. She'd cry for love, mother said no. She became the shaming, the no mother. So she just automatically sees the baby as her, and she's the mother and shames the baby, just the way she had been shamed by her mother. And then flip-flop, as she shames the baby, who's her, she thinks the baby she's shaming is the mother who's hurting her, and now she's angry at the baby because she thinks the baby's the mother now. What a mess. Okay, and so she doesn't look psychotic, but she's kind of doing something psychotic underneath, although she doesn't appear psychotic. She can function materially in the normal world, but she's doing something kind of covertly psychotic like this. No one can call her out on it. How do you call someone? How does anyone? The father doesn't know what's going on. He's been brainwashed. Mother knows best. He's supposed to protect the father's kind of meant to like intervene maybe. And what are you doing, darling? Why are you shaming our baby? I'm disappointed to see you hurting our baby here. Oh, you don't know what's going on. Our mother knows best. Well, I guess so. He shrugs his shoulder. Like men can't really do much there, right? The only help men can have for the poor kid is when the kid grows up, he hopes to have a connection with the father, thinking that'll be some sense of protection from the abusive mother. He wants protection from the mother. The father can't make up for the mother. Couldn't do it. The father can't do what the mother's supposed to do. But the child thinks if there is a father there, it's some kind of protection from the memory of what happened. He feels some kind of safety from the past memories coming up. So that's why kids who are abused by the mothers really need a father around to feel some kind of sense of protection like that. One quote about the Cinderella is one traditional version of the Cinderella was the prince wasn't a fellow, it was the father, like somebody to protect, to save and protect Cinderella from the wicked mother. Right? It's not like a literal marriage or something like that. Again, myths and fairy tales are symbols and pictures for inner dynamics. They're true on the inside, not on the outside. None of these myths and fairy tales are meant to be taken literally on the outside. They're all pictures of or symbols of what's inside. So the symbols are not real. They're not true, but they point to something invisible that's true. Inside, invisible, true, but we have no way to talk about it. So we create kind of stories as code for it. So you always got to keep that in mind. So they're kind of like dreams. They're soul stories. So myths and fairy tales are like soul stories, dreams. Every character in Cinderella or Rapunzel or in Snow White or in the Odyssey, okay, any Whitebeard, King Valabon, Faithful John, Iron John, every character in a myth or a fairy tale, okay, it's a personification of some inner element, some inner psychological element put into picture form. Okay, that's all it is, right? Baba Yaga is sort of part of a picture of this deep organic process within the person connected to nature. That's sort of helping you or making sure that you can heal. So to make sure that you can heal, Baba Yaga says, oh, you want to heal? Well, you got to resolve oppositional thinking, adversarial thinking, either or thinking. Can you do that? And then you go forward kind of thing. So oppositional thinking, adversarial thinking, either or thinking, that's a sign of trauma. We got to do some work on our end that it's not like that. Mother's not a goddess or demon. Okay, so I'm jumping ahead here. So the baby, if he's traumatized, sees the mother as a monster, denies that's his mother, and to compensate, hallucinates a goddess and keeps them separate. That's the splitting mechanism. Baby can't know his mother's hurting him. He ends up thinking she's a dangerous witch, cyclops, boar queen, alien, sea monster, guy with the horns, some kind of frightening entity. This motif can take thousands, tens of thousands of forms. Okay, so this is just a picture of how the baby felt with the mother. The baby's not the guy with the horns. The baby's not an alien. The mother's not an alien. The mother's not such a wicked stepmother. But the baby feels certain ways with the mother, and he creates a picture to project and to contain how he felt with the mother. So if the mother's not a devouring monster like a boar queen, it's just code for how he felt with the mother, right? It's code for how he felt with the mother. The mother's not that. Huge difference between the actual mother. She's just a little confused, a little bitter or something, but she's not like really trying to like truly hurt the baby or destroy the baby. Although she is kind of to a degree, but the baby, when he feels so terrorized and so frightened, he thinks it's a monster doing this now, and that's the picture he's getting in his mind like that. So he can't think his mother's a monster. Okay, there's no way he can really admit and feel and believe that. So he'd be a goner if he were to really feel the full impact. Our mother is attuned and malattuned and using him and shaming him and being envious of him and then treating him the way she was treated and then blaming the baby, thinking the baby's the mother back then. The baby is overwhelmed with this stress. If he were to know that, like if this system, if he could somehow theoretically know all this, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Because if he were to sort of quote unquote know it, his brain would send him cortisol, adrenaline, go, take off, survive. You're fighting with a monster's trying to gobble you up. Your mother's a cannibal or something, you know, like a psychological, emotional cannibal. You gotta run here, you're gonna be eaten like that. So he'd be flooded with stress hormones to go, take off, run for your life kind of thing. But where's the baby gonna go? He's got no motor skills, he can't even crawl yet. He can barely move, right? Squirm around, I don't know. He can't go anywhere. So then after the flee, he's sort of cornered, so to speak. So the cortisol builds up. And then you got the really desperate thing where he's got to attack the breast mother. Okay, the mother's the breast mother, right? But from the point of view of the baby, he's helpless and powerless, and the mother's got all this grand power, like a giantess, like an angry King Kong or something. But he's gonna fight with the mother. Baby's gonna bite the nipple or scream and flail or scream. Baby's in rage. He's terrified in rage. He's now fighting with the mother. Come on, mother, change your ways here. You're hurting me. Stop it. So, now that's not gonna work. Now the baby enters into fantasy land. Gee, I wish I could just gobble up this breast so I can possess it, control it, make it stable, and make it normal. I gotta control it so it doesn't hurt me. He has these kind of wild oral fantasies like myths and fairy tales, right? So that's but the limit of it all. Those fantasies help a little bit, and then what? Well, the switch in the brain click, and he goes in a swoon. He's a little disassociative or something. And then the pin goes in the collar. He's frozen inside. Now he's just gonna sleepwalk through life, unknowingly going through life with relentless hope that if he treats others badly the way his mother treated her, then mother will get the message and a magical time machine will appear and she'll change her ways. It's not going to happen. So when a baby is traumatized and makes the Faustian pact, they want to show up the mother, expose the mother, reveal the mother. Look what she did to me. So they'll shame others as if to say, look, everybody, you see others, that's me. Just pretend that those are me. Look what happened to me. I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you. I'm the mother who did that to me. I'm going to do that to them. That's what my mother did to me. So this is like a protest kind of thing. Who is he protesting to? Like who's going to respond to that, right? So he has this fantasy that if he rebels like this and has a kind of angry protest to show up the mother, expose the mother like this, by treating others badly the way she was treated, to tell everyone how badly she treated her, he thinks maybe his mother will change her ways or something. Meaning some magical time machine, take her back and something will change. As if, oh, sorry, baby, yeah, I saw what you did, and I invented a time machine, I want to correct it. It's not going to happen, right? Or the other fantasy is that something symbolic of mother can be the actual mother. That maybe some pint of ice cream can be mother's sweetness back then, or some bottle of alcoholic spirits can be maternal spirits back then, or some material or matter can be the mother's body back then. It's nonsense. No symbol of mother can translate to it actually being the actual needed mother experience back in the nursery in the past. Doesn't make sense because that part of the brain doesn't know time, so all time is that time. So the person in the present looks for mother, maybe, but where's mother? It's just a symbol of mother. Oh, some symbol of mother. Just twist, don't see the reality, just see it as an imaginary mirage symbol of mother. Maybe that can be mother in the past. So you have this kind of relentless hope that someday some pint of ice cream can be mother's sweetness. Some cookie can be mother's affection and sweetness. Or some, you know, I don't know, like someone on YouTube said they like yogurt or something. Some kind of soft, milky product. Could be maybe some milk from the mother or something. I don't know. Where are we here? I wish I had the music player. I could just play a song when I need to take a little 1 minute break or something. I could play a Katie Lee song or something. Shrinker man. They're short little songs, yeah. Again, songs of couch and consultation by Katie Lee. Her sequel, the album is entitled Life is a Bed of Neurosis. Instead of roses, she'll play on roses. She says, life is a bed of neurosis. Like being neurotic, everyone's neurotic. Neurosis, all this dysfunction out there. Life is just a bed of all this dysfunction. Life is a bed of neurosis. Bed of neurosis. Unfortunately, she didn't really have any hits on that song, on that album. It was a nice try. But the first one's good. Songs of Couch and Consultation, yeah. Truth is, if I were a musician, I'd continue what she did. I'd like to also create some fun kind of songs about all this psychology that I've been reading here. I think there's some interesting material. My Mother Didn't Love Me. That'd be a song. My Mother Didn't Love Me. Oh, that'd be a great song. My Mother Didn't Love Me. It's because she did that. She does that properly. I was never properly loved. So maybe you can update it. You mean my mother didn't love me? My mother didn't love you. My mother didn't love me. No, she didn't love you. She didn't love me. Are you kidding me? Why would you say that? What's wrong with you? The truth will upset you free. Gotta call a spade a spade. Maybe you can do some kind of fun kind of dialogue or something. I don't know. Okay, let's, where are we here? Okay, so the basic premise is the baby has attachment trauma, relational trauma, interpersonal trauma, betrayal trauma. Okay? So his development, in the sense that to what degree can his beingness be with him? That developmental process where he can hold on to his beingness, it got frozen. Stunted development, arrested development, developmental arrest, some kind of fixation or a thorn at that kind of point. Now he's stuck with this painful kind of experience, this burning, piercing pain, where the mother shamed him so much he had to freeze his soul like a point like that. Okay, so if the trauma is before 18 months, he makes the Faustian pact. He'll live in survival slogans, jungle slogans, and then he'll treat others the way his mother treated him, and then hate the ones he just treated badly because he flip-flops and thinks the one he treated badly is his mother hurting him. Why? Because the self and the mother are one. Self-concept, mother concept blurred in. Two overlapping circles looking like one circle. So it can flip around easily because it's one. The baby thinks it's all him like that. So baby felt shame, mother's no good. He thinks everyone is no good and dangerous. Sorry, he felt shame since he's the aggressive mother. Okay, he's kind of going to be aggressive like that, or rude or narcissistic or whatever you want to call it. Frozen child, freezing parent. So he felt like the frozen child, and the mother was the freezing parent. Okay. So he thinks everyone else is no good, like the frozen child, and is dangerous, like the freezing parent. Okay, so when he plays one, the other plays the other. He can flip it around easily. Lighting's better today. Yeah, I got lighting. I always have trouble getting good lighting. Okay, so I think that's currently for the time being. I'm going to experiment with this maiden king imagery of trauma. Okay, so the baby is betrayed by the mother. Whoa, he's got a. What's the byproduct of that? Well, his feelings can't be there. It's too painful, so it all goes flat. That's the pin in the collar. Flat feeling, flat affect. Okay. And that's the loss of his beingness. That's the loss of his golden ball. He won't know his uniqueness. He won't have differentiation. He won't have a sense of self. He won't feel embodied. He'll just create this false person. He'll create a persona, a mask. He'll create a false self, an unreal self, an adaptive self, a survival self kind of thing. It's just basically a bundle of defense mechanisms to keep him unaware of the pain of what happened. So to repress the pain, he does the false self, where in the false self, okay, he projects others are no good, or he's the shaving mother, or double think, or blame others. He engages in a whole bunch of defense mechanisms that are harmful to himself and to others, all to think he's still fighting with the mother by showing her up or winning her love somehow. He's somehow crying for love, but sometimes when he cries for love, he finds proxies to play him crying for love, and then shows what happened to them by treating him the way the mother treated him. That's his twisted way to cry for love, by finding someone else to cry for love and hurting them. See, I cry for love. They're me crying for love. Look what I did. The mother said no. So he thinks he's exposing the mother, rebelling against his mother, protesting against his mother, at the same time crying for love. And he's showing you what had happened. That he cried for love, mother said no. So he finds a proxy to cry for love, say no to them, to show how he cried for love, wanted love, and what happened to him. Okay, so this is dysfunctional stuff. You're still in the past. Okay, you don't enjoy the present. You don't love in the present. You don't more losses. So you become a curmudgeon late in life. You can't more losses. That's every time there's a loss, it triggers all the unprocessed loss of previous losses, the pain of previous losses. The ghost gets bigger, I guess, or something, right? Ghosts are symbols for unmourned losses, unprocessed trauma. So there's like a ghost like that. Halloween, all these ghosts here. So there's a snowballing effect. So if the person experiences any kind of loss, even if it was just the need to find narcissistic supply, or somebody to shame, or somebody to, even if they lose that, even though others are things for them, if they lose that, that brings up previous losses. Remember, they need an identity to mourn. They don't have the authentic identity to mourn. There's no amness to I feel. Like I'm sad. There's no I, so there's no sadness. Okay? There's no authentic self. For the primary feelings, you need a primary self kind of thing. That's missing. So they can't mourn losses. So as they get older, there's going to be losses in life. We're always experiencing losses. And every loss triggers up all those old unprocessed losses. So that has a snowballing effect. So that's the pain is kind of like that. So when they get older, they have what's called a kindling effect. Littler things can set him off, so to speak, because he's gonna become more of a pedant, like more of a micromanager, more of an obsessive controlling thing. I want this little thing right. I want this thing to be right. Thinking that if something doesn't go his way, that might trigger all those previous losses. And you get the snowball feeling. So he ends up as a curmudgeon, a bitter, grumpy, grouchy, bitter, sarcastic, Scrooge-like, grumpy-like, curmudgeon like that. And everyone's on eggshells around him because every little thing sets him off. And if he's in a nursing home, he feels like he's back in the nursery with his mother. He transfers the mother onto the nurses or the nursing aides or the helpers. These poor ladies in the nursing home, they're being shouted at, but these ladies don't say, I'm sorry, I'm not your mother back 90 years ago in the nursery. You're acting like I'm her back then. You're still in the nursery like that. Okay, so they're still in that kind of past thorn point. Okay, thorn. Okay, in the film, in the Twilight Zone episode, they have an episode called Saturday. You gotta face the 7 days of the week. Someday, moan day, do's day, wound day, thorn day, free day, Saturday. So that's a separate topic. I've been talking about the Twilight Zone a fair bit the past month. It's kind of fun talking about the Twilight Zone now. So we do about 10 episodes now. I'm talking about the reboot one, the 85 to 88 one, the three season reboot that was done between 85 and 88. Some excellent episodes in there. Wong's Lost and Found Emporium, See the Invisible Man, Memphis. The one about the Doberman Pinscher, one about the comedian one, and there's several others. Although the groundhog, the nightmare groundhog one, that's an interesting one. There's a few others. So One Life Furnished in Poverty. A little bit. The closing narration for that one, the episode wasn't so interesting, but the closing narration. Listen to the closing narration for the episode, One Life, Furnished in Poverty, meaning emotional poverty. It helps to promote you to realize that you're responsible for your unconscious. So you're the master of your fate, kind of thing. And to realize that if you could talk to your parents, would they admit it? Would they confess? No way. No way, right? If they're narcissistic, they'll criticize you for questioning them or something. How dare you talk to your mother like that? Of course she loved you. It's not, so the truth is the mother used the baby to meet her needs. She didn't love the baby. So you're not gonna, well, let's say you met the time machine and you physically see it. Then you realize you made these decisions. So you were the master of your fate. And if you can learn that truth, a useless burden will be lifted from you. Dead cargo from the Twilight Zone. Should we quickly do that one? It's such a good closing narration. Let's see if I can. I think it's at 23. Today's 19, right? If you go to 23, the first one. Is that right? Yeah, here it is. One Life Furnished in Early Poverty, meaning emotional poverty. So this guy is a kid who was father was abusive, bullies all around. He really had a miserable childhood. And then he made decisions for his life around that. So the closing narration was, it's rather bittersweet how we spend so much time trying to justify ourselves to the shadows of those who are long gone. Okay. The shadows of those who are long gone. Those parents are long gone. You're not in the nursery. They can't hurt you anymore. Okay. You're dealing with those shadow voices in your mind, the memory of what the parents said back then. You got those voices in there. And that's what you're fighting with. That's what you're trying to win love from, these voices from long ago. You're trying to show up these voices. Come on, voices. Look at your mistake here. Look at your injustice here. Come on, you did something wrong here. There's an injustice here. You're talking to some kind of voices from people from way back from another era. And that's the bittersweet irony of it all. You're trying to justify yourselves to these voices that are long gone. Okay, let's say the parents are alive, and even if they were alive, would they remember, would they recall what they had said or done that made you spend the rest of your life proving yourself? So very commonly, you do confront your parents, kind of thing, and they're not. Let's say they're narcissistic. Okay, well that's an injury for them. Okay, they think that that you're their property and you're supposed to mirror them, and if you don't mirror them, then they are angry that something that belongs to them is misbehaving, so they'll be angry at you like that. They don't see you as people. Narcissists don't see you as people. Some parents with narcissism, they treat their kids like things that are supposed to serve them. And they feel this entitlement. It's all about them, they're the center, and they feel they're entitled like that. Because the parents didn't get the oneness of their mother, so they use the children as symbolic breasts, and they think they own the breast. So if the person confronts them from a person-to-person relating, they're just triggered and feel narcissistic rage, narcissistic injury. So the parents feel like babies with no mother. They're enraged like that. So you can't really get any kind of truth like that. The mother's not going to say, yeah, I'm sorry, I made you define me. Anne Sexton, 1960. There's a poem by, written in 1960 by Anne Sexton. There's a line in there where the mother did say to the daughter, yeah, sorry, daughter, I didn't love you. The truth is, I made you define me. I didn't know who I was. I had no identity. I thought if I had you, and forget about the father, I thought if I had you, I could control you. You'd be a safe base for me. I could brainwash you and to get narcissistic supply. And from that, I got a safe base out of which you'd be my mother, and I'd find myself. I made you define me. That's very rare for a mother to do that. In another Twilight Zone episode called Wong's Lost and Found Emporium, there was another narcissistic man. He admitted in his 70s that lost and found. So lost and found. So he admitted in the twilight, the midlife phase kind of thing. It could be at any age that he lost development. He lost the chance to differentiate, to have an identity, his authentic self. He didn't have a loving mother, so he lost a lot, kind of thing. And because of that, he ended up with narcissism. Okay, again, the ideology of narcissism is that the baby is one with the mother. If they don't get that oneness phase, where they get out of it when they're loved, if they don't get that blissful Garden of Eden, Shambhala, Shangri-La, paradisical, unico mystica, called symbiosis, merging, fusion, oneness, called the Garden of Eden. So they don't get that kind of thing, or the baby thinks the breast is his, it's all him like that, just one like that. If he doesn't get enough love to hatch out of that, have it differentiate out of that, he didn't get that opportunity, then he's trapped in the mirror, he's stuck in the mirror. So he goes to life thinking everything is about him, he's the center, and everything is just to supply for him. So he has the unconscious hope to get that oneness with the mother. So everyone around him is basically symbolic breast. He wants to suck dry, doesn't work, he keeps repeating it like that. So this man in his 70s, he spent his whole life in narcissism. And if the kids misbehaved, he thought that's a part of him misbehaving, so he's enraged because he wants to supply. Because if the kids didn't admire him and respect him, do what he wants, and make him the center, make him number one, make him important, because he's the baby, and the kids are the breast, the kids got fed up with this. Okay, so then he'd get really enraged with them and treated them very badly like that. Finally, the kids woke up and said they want nothing to do with him. So he was in his 70s, and he did the very rare thing, very rare for narcissism. He said, oh my God, is it possible that I contributed to why my kids hate me? That maybe it's that I failed my kids? Is it possible? I think that's what happened here. He admitted it. Like, whoa, that's extremely rare. That's the first time I've seen anything on TV where somebody with narcissism kind of admits that maybe there's a fault in them, is that they were cursed, quote unquote cursed. So he said he didn't have a loving mother to differentiate. So that means he couldn't do mutuality. He couldn't see his children as people, as individual people with their rights and all that. He couldn't see them as people. He only saw them as things that he owns and controls that should serve him. So he wants to dump on them and be fed by them. So this narcissistic man wants to be fed by the children, get narcissistic supply and dump on them. And they're like the placenta that's supposed to process and metabolize the baby's waste elimination. So the prototype for all this is that in the uterus, the baby sends up the waste elimination. The placenta cleanses it, clarifies it, purifies it, does what it does to take care of it, kind of thing. Okay. And then from the center vein in the cord, okay, from the mother placenta down the center vein, all the goodness, everything the baby needs, the nourishment, the milk, and the food, oxygen, whatever the baby needs, all the goodness, all the love, all of his feeding gets sent down the center vein. So he gets all the good, he's fed like that. And the waste sends up, he gets the good. So that's the model, right? So this guy had narcissism. Okay, so he had birth trauma, so he was stuck there. The pin was there at that point. So he looked for his kids as symbolic placentas. So he wanted the kids to feed them, and he would dump on them, and wanting the kids to accept it and still feed them. So he wanted to hate the kids and shame the kids and be envious of the kids like a wicked stepmother, and he wanted the kids to be like wonderful, beautiful, like Cinderella was so nice and all that stuff, and feed and be nice and serve him like that. And he dumps on, like the witch dumps on Cinderella. Cinderella is so nice back to them. He wanted that kind of thing. Now, let's say in the Cinderella story, there wasn't a, prince or something. She'd finally get fed up. I mean, she couldn't live like that forever, right? We haven't talked much about Cinderella. We've done Rapunzel a fair bit. We've done a little bit about Snow White, Rapunzel, and Piper of Hamelin, and the Odyssey, Arestia, and the few from Robert Bly and White Bear King Balaban. Now we're doing Maiden King. I think there's one or two we did from Chinnen, Alan Chinnen. So maybe later we'll get to Cinderella. It's ironic because it's one of the most popular ones. I barely mentioned it, right? So we have a major thread in our collection called Psychological Interpretation of Myths and Fairy Tales. So again, myths and fairy tales are productions of primary mentation. They're true on the inside. The baby's mind is wildly exaggerated with images. It's a dream world. So things can flip and shape-shift, and the princess becomes a swan, okay, or the pumpkin becomes a carrot. Things can flip like that, right? What else in Cinderella? The mice became the horses, is that right? The dog became the coachman or something. Like things can flip like that in the unconscious world. So that's amazing like that about the unconscious like that. That these images can morph and shapeshift and twist, and that could be that can flip into that. It's kind of amazing like that, right? So myths and fairy tales are code for the primary process thinking, primary mentation. The cat in Alice in Wonderland says, yeah, it's mad in there. Don't expect any kind of normal logic in there. And even Alice says, yeah, up is down, left is right. Don't expect any kind of conscious logic. It's a different kind of world. We live in these two worlds, primary mentation, secondary mentation, unconscious, conscious. We live in these kind of two worlds. Now, we got a lot of who we are and a lot of issues about what happened to us. It's kind of recorded in the unconscious. So who we are is repressed. What happened to us is repressed. Our golden ball went down the well, it's repressed. Okay, our beingness, this core gets pulled down, it's repressed. Okay, so we have a repressed self, a secret self, a shadow self, an unknown self. Okay, so if you bundle up all the qualities of us that we don't know, it's called the double self, the secret self, the shadow self, the one who walks with me, who's not like me, who is me. Someone's living my life, I know nothing about him, like this unknown stranger kind of thing. And the shrink said to the lady in the film, that uncertain feeling, I'm going to introduce you to this stranger. She joked and said, I'm afraid of strangers. Well, it's you. So that's the double motif. So in literature, if there's a double motif taking place, the protagonist is meant to befriend the double, because the double's him. The double represents all of him that he doesn't know. So take everything about you that you don't know and bundle it up into a character. That's a double self, secret self. It's got a lot of your power, a lot of your gold, a lot of your knowledge, a lot of your wisdom, a lot of your strength and courage, but your wounds and trauma. So there's so much going on. For some reason, the staff turned off the light here. I don't know why. Okay. maybe the lights are not supposed to be on. Okay, it's okay. The lighting's still okay. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, the curtains was down when I started. I put the light on, then the curtains went up. I kept the light on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Wong's Lost and Found Emporium, The Twilight Zone. So that fellow in his 70s, he admitted that it's something wrong it's some kind of fault on his end. Because usually with narcissism, if there's something wrong, they always blame, it's their fault. The kids didn't serve him, that's the problem. The kids didn't do it right, that's the problem. The kids didn't meet his mind right. There's something wrong with the kids. They got the mother's genes, they're influenced. He always finds some justification, rationalization, i.e. excuse to blame the kids for the problem. But this fellow in the film said, wait a minute, maybe it's not their fault. maybe it's not their fault. Maybe I treated them badly. Maybe that's why they hate me. That kind of makes sense. But in narcissism, they don't think that because they feel entitled. They're gods. They're the center. It's all about them. They're in survival mode, so they're supposed to get that. They don't understand the effects of the harm they inflict on others because they're the little king, little god. They only think it is solipsistic dream, that it's all about them. They're the center, and it's all about them. They have no concept of the effects of how others might feel because there are no others as people. He wants to be fed by his children, but not recognize the children as human beings. So that's the thing with narcissism. So this guy was kind of unique. He gave a little touching little speech like that about how he failed his children and something wrong with him. So he went to the lost and found emporium. Okay, a metaphor of the midlife audit, the midlife examination period, this kind of midlife phase we go through. They got a new I think they have a new floor manager. I don't recognize him yet. Hopefully we'll get along. Okay. Not really nice. As in most hotels, it's really nice hospitality spirit. Okay, he's not showing any signs of. I'm not. Usually, when it gets busy, I'll move to some other spot, but I think we're okay. Well, maybe he's the guy that ordered the light off. Is that it? Such little things. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Another benefit about this location, it's kind of on the SkyTrain. I take a SkyTrain, and then I just kind of walk down the escalator. I just, maybe 10 shops down the road, you can get to the entrance here, or 10 or 20 shops down the road. So it's not even like less than half a kilometer down on the SkyTrain. Maybe 300 meters or something like that, right? Like half a kilometer, right? Maybe like that. So it's very convenient now. Well, let's finish the quote from 23 here, from the Twilight Zone. What life furnished in poverty. Again, I'm focusing it on the closing narration. The episode itself is maybe not that entertaining or something, but it is meant to be therapeutic. Some of these Twilight Zone episodes are kind of like interpretive literature. Like these Twilight Zone episodes, they're all self-contained little mini plays, self-contained short stories called speculative fiction. Hi, no, it's okay.
I selfie myself.
Yeah. Great. Self-contained. I selfie myself. Yeah, that works, right? I'm taking a selfie. I didn't know that. Selfie can be a verb, right? I'm going to selfie myself. Oh my God. I just realized that. Selfie can also be a verb, right? I'm going to take a selfie. I selfie myself. I'm going to selfie you. No, you can't say I'm going to selfie you. Do you want a selfie? But if you say I selfie myself, I'm going to take a selfie of myself. Well, I'm really behind. I didn't know selfie can be a verb. But only if it's for yourself, right? Or maybe not. Maybe. That's the first time I've heard that phrase. But it's concise, right? It's bound to. It quickly conveys the message, right? It's kind of a creative condensation, right? Instead of saying, well, I'm taking a selfie of myself, but you can reduce it by saying, I selfie myself. Let's go back to this episode here. It's rather bittersweet how we spend so much time trying to justify ourselves to the shadows. There's the key one, the shadows, the introjects, the internal objects, the constructs, the memories. So let's pause here for a second. Alain Golem has the construct frozen child, freezing parent. That's a sign of trauma. There's no adult mind because there's no authentic self. The authentic self is linked to the conscious adult mind. But if the authentic self is missing, you don't have the adult mind. That's a sign of trauma if you don't have the adult mind, the reality, present mind, the reality. Okay, everyone loves or cry for loves. Okay, they're in the present. Okay, we're all one family. Okay, so it's vertical thinking, three-dimensional thinking. Every coin has two. The third side of the coin holds the other two sides, the golden mean. It's a broader, deeper, more richer kind of a. It's beyond adversarial thinking. It's beyond oppositional thinking. It's beyond either-or thinking. It's a kind of a both and three-dimensional vertical thinking. So it's a broader, deeper appreciation filled with empathy, people's positive intentions, their confusion, their pain. So it's deeper. That's that. Okay. So that's all kind of missing. So if that's missing, you're going into frozen child, freezing parent. The freezing parent, you're no good, and child says I'm no good, and you're no good. Like it's like either or like that. So that's the issue of trauma. You end up with this either or thinking, oppositional goddess. It comes from goddess to demon. From the goddess you're good, and from the demon one you're no good, kind of thing. So that's a sign of trauma like that. So frozen child, freezing parent. That's a famous splitting mechanism. So in the present, you want to identify which construct or which puppet master is running the show now. Because the adult's missing. There's no adult. So you're either playing the aggressive one, where you find others to stand up for you and you shame them, or you play your shame self and find others who shame you. Because you're recreating that you're still at that point where mother shamed you. So either you're the shaming mother or you yourself find others to shame you. So you want to identify, hold the phone here. Okay, these are relics from the past. These are constructs from the past, voices from the past, shadow voices from a different era. So you pause and say, wait a minute, these constructs are from another era. And they're shadow voices from another era, like decades and decades prior, right? You're not in the nursery, you're not in danger, your mother's 6 feet under or whatever, or she's not around, she can't hurt you anymore. You can. Where are we here? Okay, the constructs, yeah. So Miss Golem. So we did 14. We recently completed 14 videos on the work of Miss Golem, Elan, E-L-A-N. Her last name G-O-L-O-M-B. She's got 2 books, 2 very good books. The first one's sort of a classic called "Trapped in the Mirror" about narcissism. So that's an excellent book, famous book, 1992. It's best-selling, millions, thousands of reviews, millions of copies, whatever. Her sequel, a little known bit about. A little known thing is that the author did a sequel called Unloved Again. It's self-published, iuniverse.com, $3.99 PDF file, well worth the $3.99, well worth the price of a coffee. I would read that sequel called Unloved Again. And there she kind of picks up on the first book, condenses it, minimizes the personal anecdote stuff and little stories like that, just to focus on the construct. A little repetitive, but it's very good. I kind of got into that book, and we did 14 videos on those 2 books. So we recently completed a 14 video run on the work of Miss Alain Golem, her 2 books, Trapped in the Mirror, Unloved Again, 2901 to 14. If you go to 2901 to 14, you'll get 140 quotes, I think, the best top 140 quotes from those 2 books. Okay, that's one of the benefits of 1000 or Windmills of the Mind. I think you'll find the clearest, best quotes from all the authors that we're discussing, and so that's a recent one there. Or better yet, just read her book called Unloved Again. Another example is the Janoff material. We did 26 videos on the work of Arthur Janoff, 2745 to 70. So from that, there's almost 300 quotes of the best, clearest quotes from that author. He writes clearly, like Miss Golem, very clear, very crisp. Jargon is put into friendly form, user-friendly form. So we did 26 videos I found that very helpful. That's sort of like a self-contained psychology lesson. If you want a good 101 psychoanalysis, you know, psychology cross plus something in the middle like that, I would recommend the Janov quotes. But before you read the Janov quotes, I would recommend James F. Masterson's book called The Search for the Real Self, Karen Horney's book, Our Inner Conflicts, the comic Psychoanalysis, now available on Dark Horse Publishing. There's a comic, I kid you not, there's a comic called Psychoanalysis. It's not some frivolous, nonsensical, annoying, whatever. It's actually a practical teaching. It was a teaching. Those shrinks back then in 1955, they tried to teach the public psychoanalysis as part of the mental, emotional, spiritual hygiene movement in the 50s. So there was this real desire to make people self-aware, to know themselves. So they wanted to, and psychoanalysis is a wonderful branch of this effort to know ourselves. So they put out a comic in 55, and it just ran for 1 year. Every 3 months they put out one issue, so 4 issues all in. So the complete run got reprinted 4 years ago, March 26, 2000. So almost, yeah, okay, 5 years. Oh, now it's 5 years. So almost 5 years ago, the complete run of Psychoanalysis got republished and digitized. I would highly recommend getting that hardback. The complete run's in the hardback. Okay, so 12 therapy sessions, put it in comic book format, 3 clients, excellent material. It's packed, it's condensed, it's just jam-packed. The best, in my opinion, still to this day, the best introduction to psychoanalysis. And then, it's getting busy. Let's see if I can keep going. Well, there's still lots of empty seats, so it should be okay. Okay, yeah, and then, so the company's Dark Horse Publishing. I just type in the search engine, just type in psychoanalysis. Then you get the digitized form. I don't know if they sell the hardback, but maybe other sellers. I had it for a while, and I did publish some of the best quotes from the comic, so you'll find them here. Now, it used to be the search engine, you'd find it quickly if you just type in comic, you'd get those quotes. For some reason, they've changed it, and now you gotta like laboriously go through all the videos, you're gonna find it. So I would doubly recommend somebody just for a minimal fee. Okay, the Patreon page is there. It's a minimal fee, $5. It's just kind of like an administrative thing. You'll get this massive PDF file, 10,000 of the best quotes from psychoanalysis. Clear. Okay, let's pause here. I'm not a shrink, so I'm not interested in obscure, trivial squabbles and squibbles between people's little superficial coded debates. I'm not interested in any kind of big philosophy nonsense. I want practical. I want to learn. I want to heal. So these quotes are clear. They're relevant. They're on topic. Not too long, not too short. Grice's criteria: quality, quantity, manner, relevance. Mostly written by medical doctors who specialize in the talking cure. Maybe 10% written by self-help authors like Ms. Golem and Janov. They only have PhDs in psychology, right? There's no Freud due to the translation problem, with the exception of the essay. There's one quote from the essay, Memory, Repeating, and Working Through. Masterson says it's okay, so I go with him. If a German speaker says Freud said such and such, fine, I'll include it when a German speaker says it. If Bergler or Karen Horney or Melanie Klein or Margaret Mahler, etc., Helmut Kaiser, if these guys say Freud said whatever he said, fine, I'll include it. So there's no English translation, so don't worry about that. Anytime you see Freud's name, if the author quoting it is an English speaker, I just forget it. I'm not going to bother. A good example of that is the term abreaction. Okay. So if you think I'm not being reasonable, check out 29, 71, and 3. After you read the Janov quotes, we did a 3-video special run to clarify the term abreaction. So the Firebird, the healing, so the pulling the pin, getting the feelings, okay, is inside out 2. The orbs come rushing up. Okay, the Firebird comes up. The feelings come back. Okay, that's called abreaction. But look at the English term. That English word, abreaction. It's a little confusing. Ab. What do you mean ab? Abnormal? Ab? Like negative? Ab? It kind of has a negative connotation. In English, the word ab, that prefix ab, has kind of a negative connotation to it. So that's the cynicism of the translator. In German, no. In German, it's Abreierung, which means delayed feeling, belated release of your feelings, like a delay in your feeling. That's like an abreaction. So we couldn't feel it, now you want to feel it. See, you first now try to know what you couldn't back then. So then the rest takes place naturally, where you now feel what you couldn't have felt back. That's called the emotional knowing, or the Firebird. Okay, so in German it's Abreierung. So in German speakers have a positive association with the term Abreierung, because the prefix ab in German just means there's a kind of like a delay, like a lag delay, and then you feel it. All it means is like just some kind of delay in something. So it has a neutral or positive feeling. So Abreierung means the delay in the feeling you're feeling. It's like a delay. So you felt something, the pause, or the delay, and now you feel it. Okay, so the translator took Abreierung and cynically said, hey, I'll just leave it. I'll just make it abreaction. That'll confuse people. They'll think it's negative or something. Now that'll delay people, because part of the translation was to, prevent healing. There's a lot of people that don't want people to heal. In trauma, we put the pin in, and most of culture says keep the pin in. So university, colleges, keep the pin in. They don't want people to heal, because if people heal, you see, then if they know what's going on inwardly, then they know what's going on outwardly. Okay, they have empathy for the self, they'll have empathy for others. Okay, so they want people to be kind of numb, so it's easier to control, I guess. Plus, when people are traumatized, they do to others what was done to them, and that's needed to pillage and plunder. So keeping people numb is part of the pillage and plunder that took place 10,000 years ago. So babies were removed. Okay, then they felt that mother was a robber baron, was a short seller, plundered their beingness, plundered their soul, plundered their embodiment. It's like plundering their home. So they become the plunderer. Then, as above, so below. So if they see land, they say it's mine, because that's what mother did to them. Baby was born, mother said, oh, you have a beingness, it's mine. So wicked witch like that. So then they plunder, because mother plundered them. As above, so below. So the outer is a reflection of the inner state. So if we heal the inner state, then our doing will be more ethical and moral. So some people say, well, how are we going to make money if people are ethical and moral? Let's keep the pin and keep the pin. Hey, colleges, hey, universities, hey, libraries. No, just give people some frivolous stuff and wrong translations and red herring this and red herring that and false this and false that and just vague this and vague that and erroneous this and erroneous. Just keep people numb like that. Keep people distracted, looking down the wrong alleys or something like that. Dead alleys or something, dead ends or something. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. So in this collection here, I've plucked out the best quotes to help one now know what they couldn't know, and then nature does the rest. If you build that basket of knowledge, maybe spontaneously, the feelings will come back. So the image is for this back to Maiden King. Yep. So I want to blend in Inside Out 2 and the Maiden King for a minute here. Okay. So in Inside Out 2, you see the splitting mechanism. Breastfeeding for the baby is heaven or hell. Baby can't do ambivalence or confusion. Baby can't say, oh, mother needs to know that she was traumatized. Oh, mother needs to shame me because she's trying to know that she was shamed. She doesn't remember that she was shamed. She's trying to know and remember that she was shamed. So she needs to shame me in that effort. Oh, okay, I'll go along with that. I'll help her like that. Oh, mother is angry at her mother, and she wants me to play her mother so she can fight with her mother, and she wants me to play her mother like a role play thing. Okay, I'll help her like that. I won't think she's rejecting me. I won't think it's okay. She's in pain. Baby can't do these kinds of things. So if the baby's needs don't get met, he's in rage. He's in hell. Okay, he's in hell. Okay, he feels shame. Mother's not. recognizing the baby as a person and meeting his needs. So the emotional link to your identity is shame. Again, shame is a burning, biting feeling. So hell is a symbol for shame. So he's in shame like that, he's in hell like that. So, okay, so when the mother doesn't meet the baby's needs, he's in hell. Okay. Now, if the mother does meet the baby's needs, he's in heaven. Baby can only deal with heaven in the beginning. For the baby, it's got to be heaven. It's got to be in paradise, Shambhala, Shangri-La, Avalon. Okay, any kind of paradisical scene, Garden of Eden, whatever paradisical image, Nirvana, another one. Some kind of blissful oneness, blissful feeling. So he's in a kind of a blissful, floating feeling. Go to the music video, Love How You Love Me by Melanie Thornton. Boy, the caffeine. Boy, today's caffeine is really strong. Depends on my mood and depends on how strong the coffee is. It affects my videos. Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. Go to the music video Love How You Love Me by Melanie Thornton, the singer, the pop singer. She looks a little bit like Donna Summer. So she has a song called Love How You Love Me. Look at the music video for that song, Love How You Love Me. You see these two, a couple that didn't get the oneness with the breast. So the fellow and the girl, they both reminded themselves of each other's mother. So they dropped the bags, held hands, and floated up in the air. They were floating in a blissful feeling. Because somebody in the present reminded them of the missing mother in the past. So for a little while, they felt that floating feeling, and it was mutual, so they both floated up. That's called falling in love, transference love. Well, I hope I didn't scare that. There was a couple just sort of sitting there. I hope I didn't scare. I hope I didn't say something to scare them or something, annoy them or something. They were just sitting side by side, a couple. Maybe they were just eavesdropping or something. Just curious. What's he saying? He's talking about fairy tales. Oh, that's boring. I was here. I read a quote that said, "My mother didn't love me" or something, and a kid nearby screamed. What? My mother didn't love me? Wow. I don't know if it was linked. It was probably just a coincidence, or did the kid hear it or even understand it? I'm not sure. It's just that right at that moment, I read that quote, and a kid a few tables down screamed for a second. That's the first time that happened, yeah. And the mother picked up the kid. No, I'm here. Mother loves you. Don't listen to that guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That information is for people in midlife. When you're over 50, then you can entertain those theories. In the meantime, just read fairy tales. Now, if that kid has a secure relationship with them, he's okay. Like if that kid normally has a safe, secure relationship where his needs are being met, he can develop. He's good. He's really lucky like that. Just give me 1 second here. 1 second. Still record. Oh, let me check the battery. Hold on a second. Okay, good battery's holding up. 409. Okay, so we got a good hour and a bit. All right. Well, let's finish this Twilight Zone quote here. One life furnished in early poverty. Closing narration. It's rather bittersweet how we spent so much time trying to justify ourselves to the shadows of those who are long gone. And even if your parents were alive, would they remember? Would they recall what they had said and done that made you spend the rest of your life proving yourself? No way. 99.9% of it, no way. They'll get angry at you. How don't talk to your mother like that, or guilt trip. I gave you life, and how ungrateful. They'll just attack you, right? Okay, so what about this? Let's say you can go back in a time machine as an adult, and as an adult, interact with the younger you, interact with the parents, see it all, as if like you're in a real time machine. You travel back, and the younger you doesn't know that you're the older him, and the parents don't know that that you're the kid grown up. Let's say you could go back and interact with your family back then, and you saw clearly what was going on. Wouldn't you learn that you were always the master of your fate? And if you learned that great truth, wouldn't it free you of a useless burden? Dead cargo from so long ago. Okay, that's the constructs, right? So back to the constructs. So frozen child, freezing parent. That means you're in the past. That's trauma. When there's trauma, you repeat. So in the present, you're operating from those constructs, frozen child, freezing past. So if the trauma is before 18 months, the tendency is to identify with the aggressor, the Faustian pact, you'd be the freezing parent. If somebody's in the freezing parent mode, it's easy to see. They're bitter, they're narcissistic. Okay, they have a survival jungle slogans in their mind, either be my greed or your greed, either be all this stuff. So they're shadow-footed, they're cynical, they're humorous, put down humor. Because when they're putting down humor on others, that's their soul they're putting down. That's the Faustian pact. They sell their soul for the power of the mother. That's okay, so they gotta put others down, that's their soul. To make them unaware that they're shaming themselves. They need someone to shame to make them unaware that they're shaming themselves. That's the Faustian deal like that. That's the freezing parent construct. So if any kind of against attitude towards people, or adversarial thinking, or prejudice thinking, or either or thinking, my greed or your greed, any kind of simplistic kind of survival mentality, that means your amygdala's flared up. You're missing the middle brain, the feeling brain, the embodiment, the sense of self, the gold, the ball. Okay, your Snow White's. It means Snow White's still in the coffin. Rapunzel's still in the tower. Okay, the maiden king is still a swan in another place. Okay, Iron John's in the cage. You never got the key. To free Iron John, okay, your embodiment. Okay, you got to get the key. He's locked in a cage, right? Where's the key? Under mother's pillow. So in Iron John, you got to get the key. You got to get the key. Where's the key? It's under mother's pillow. Okay, that means it's under the mother's pillow. It's dark, so it's shadow, unknown, repressed, dark like that. Under her head, so it's like her unconscious, right? Head, pillow, under, so it's in the unconscious. Contents of the dark shadow, unconscious. So there's the secret. There's the key. That she used the baby to meet her needs. That's the key. You got to get the key. You got to get the confession. But will she? Will she? No. So you got to, Robert Bly says you got to kind of get it yourself like that. You got to confront them, and or understand them, or just admit that these are voices from a different era. You got to just somehow address it. Get the key. If you don't get the key, then the pin is still in the collar, kind of thing. Where were we? Oh yeah, okay. So if the trauma's before 18 months, people are going to tend to be co-opted or hijacked by the freezing parent construct. Those shadow voices from another era, okay, and those voices will co-opt you, and you'll be the puppet of those voices. They're not your voices, because you don't have your authentic voice. You're just mimicking and parroting the voice of the freezing parent voice. So you're talking like your mother. Okay? Okay, from your understanding of her when you were a baby, relating to her, your age, you're the wicked stepmother. Okay, you're kind of thinking and talking with the attitude of the wicked witch or stepmother, basically like that. So bitter, envious, filled with ennui, no hope. Okay, so ennui means no matter what you get, you're never satisfied. Nothing can satisfy you. Filled with ennui, so you're envious. You don't want to see goodness. So this is the bitter, envious side of the mother. So the freezing parent is very envious. So like the stepmother in Cinderella, she was very envious of the goodness of Cinderella. That stepmother, the mother was envious of her own daughter. Can you believe it? A mother can be envious of her own daughter? Can you believe it, that actually takes place? That's the theory? I'm surprised that happens. I can't imagine any mother being envious of her daughter. Wow. That's really disturbed, right? That's clearly a sign of severe trauma. That's gonna cross over like that. A mother hates her daughter. Wow. Wow. Jesus. That's very sad. Yeah. Well, the mother doing it is saying, well, I'm sorry. My mother hated me. I'm the hating mother. I got to recreate in the present what happened to me, to communicate what happened to me. My mother hated me, so my child will be a victim of that. And my parents criticize me. I'll let them criticize my daughter now. I'll just be the voice of my parents. So my mother criticized me. I'm tired of that. Here's my kid. All right, kid. I need a break here. My parents keep criticizing me. I'll let them criticize you. I'll just be the voice of them. Because she doesn't have a human adult voice, right? That quote was from 2 videos ago towards the end. Interesting one. About how the guy said the reason he married a woman is because he married some codependent helper kind of woman, nice lady and all that. But he said he chose her to criticize her because he got tired of his parents criticizing him. So he just thought he'd just be the carrier, transmitter, messenger of the parents' critical voice onto her. So he just transferred it onto her. And then she married him because the mother did criticize her, and she wants to save him, meaning save the mother. So she chose a critical fellow, thinking she can try to save the mother, cure the mother, heal the mother. So this is a full étoile. He hates her. She says, ouch, I'll try to save him. He's my mother. He says, oh, that's my unloved self. I'm the shaming mother. I'll shame her. What a mess. A clinger and a stinger. So we got a topic called the clingers and the stingers like that. So it's similar to the frozen child, freezing parent. Yeah. So if somebody's the freezing parent one, okay, you know their negativity, their jungle slogans, promiscuity, lack of affection, and they're addicted and they're excited, they're in a trance, they're in a hypnotic trance, they feel like gods, it's all about them, they're in the center, they're all important, they're above others, they're no good, they feel no good, so others are no good, and they feel superior, infantile God. So they take refuge, they're still at that, they're trapped in the mirror thinking the little gods like this, oh yeah, I'm so important, look up, and my humanist is devalued, others can play their humanist, so they say others are no good, and they're a special God or something. And they're addicted because when the baby's in a blissful state, it is a blissful feeling. So if you maintain that post that critical time, they become addicted to it, they say. So Ullman and Paul say when people want to elicit those fantasies, they can use the trick of alcohol or cigarettes or food or whatever, and the physiology can trick up the psychology of those fantasies, and they feel like a little god again. And I saw one guy with a regular cigarette passing by once, and he really looked like he was floating, powerful, nothing could touch me. He was in a blissful, happy kind of feeling. Like, wow, he kind of looked like the music video in Love How You Love Me. He was floating around feeling confident and strong and happy. He was in a blissed out state. He was in like a trance. I thought the guy was hypnotized. It wasn't illegal. It looked like just a normal cigarette. So that's what Ullman and Paul were saying. Any kind of addiction to cigarettes or alcohol, it's to trigger those fantasies of little God. It's not so much about self-medication, they say, although most people say it's about self-medication, self-soothing. It's not quite like that. It's about giving you pain to to regress to the old fantasy place, to trigger up those fantasies. Because when you're in pain, you regress, take refuge in the old time of when you're God. So that's. Okay, so we finished that one, right? Twilight Zone. One life furnished in early poverty. So it's a time travel thing. He travels back to his childhood and realizes he's the master of his own fate. So, i.e., you recognize in the present, if those constructs are at play, well, they're relics of the past, they're shadow voices of the past, they're from another era, but build your adult mind now. But as you build the adult mind, the memory, those ghost voices of your mother saying, with me or against me, you're betraying her. Well, back off, bully. Right? So what the mother does to the baby is she unknowingly wants supply from the baby. The way the mother gets supply from the baby, she hurts the baby. Because the more the mother hurts the baby, the more that baby will idealize her. Okay? Splitting. The more pain the baby feels, the more he's got to worship her. So that's what she wants. She wants that supply, that attention, that admiration like that. So when you self-activate, those voices come back. Well, back off, voices. You're a voice from another era. Another era. Another era. Like, holy man, come on. If you listen to those voices, okay, that means you're whitewashing your mother's crime. You're whitewashing her gaslighting. You're whitewashing her double binding. You're whitewashing her misattunement, her malattunement. You're whitewashing that she didn't love you. Because you're loyal like that, and you still have this hope to win her love somehow. You still have this hope to show her up and she'll change her ways. You're still struggling like that. Okay, so yeah, okay. So if the freezing parent construct is at play, people can notice it with their negative behavior, narcissistic bullying behavior, ego behavior, cynical behavior, all that bitter and negative stuff, where they think they're important, others know them. Any kind of devaluing on others, it's themselves. They need to shame and hate others to not be aware that they're shaming and hating themselves, because they made the Faustian pact. They sold their soul, they sell other people's soul. That's the Faustian pact, and they feel important like that. That's a survival. It's taking refuge in the blissful oneness of the mother, because you never got enough to get out of that, so you're stuck at that thorn where you didn't get the oneness of the mother. So shaming others, you get the blissful feeling of oneness of the mother, so you're addicted to shaming others. So the freezing parent construct, it's considered an addiction. It's considered a trance, a hypnotic trance. Like when the guy takes the cigarette, it's kind of like they were saying, it might be, I'm just imagining, maybe it's like a guy with the watch. You were in the uterus and you're a little god, one with the universe, and the universe chose you and you're in a blissful state and you're the universe. That's called the megalomaniacal self, or infantile megalomania, the glorified idealized self. And you're powerful like that, and those fantasies, and that's you. You're a little god and you own the universe, you're the center of it all, everything's for you, it's all about you. Okay, that's what it is for the baby in the uterus. In the uterus, it is just a baby in there, and everything's for him like that. So you just try to trigger up those old ancient fantasies. The cigarette triggers up those fantasies. So the guy's smoking, he's going around with how the baby thinks and feels. Nobody seems bothered by my talking. That's good. Okay. Usually I'm the one that has to leave because others are talking loudly. This is very rare for me to be the one that might be. See, I tend to come from the frozen child one, thinking, okay, so if somebody comes from the frozen child one, they feel overly responsible, they feel they're wrong, they're guilty, they gotta save others, cure others, everyone's okay, they gotta rescue others and please others, because you always think it's your fault and you're guilty and you're no good and everyone else is the parent who you got to save and please and placate and control and make happy, because that's the baby's original state. He wants to save the mother, cure the mother. The baby wants a good relationship with his mother. The baby wants harmony with the mother, but the mother's hurting him. Baby's trying to twist himself into knots and all this to try to please the mother like that. So that's still going on. That's still going on. Right? So if a person is co-opted by the frozen child one, they can know it if they feel overly, like I just said, all those kind of things. It's always your fault, never good enough, nothing you do is right. Now the stinger has a frozen child underneath. Okay, shall I compare thee to an onion? If somebody's coming from the stinger mode, of course they have a frozen child underneath. They just deny it, project it on others and shame them. Others play their frozen child. They have a frozen child with them. They don't want to know it, so they got to see it in others and shame them. So stingers look for clingers, okay, or those co-opted by the freezing parent construct. Look for those who are co-opted by the frozen child construct. Okay, the frozen child construct looks for those with the freezing parent construct, and the frozen child one is back at the place. They found a parent copy, thinking that they can save the stinger. They're still trying to save the mother back in the past. Does it make sense? Now the stinger's thrilled at this arrangement. They love having somebody to shame to make them unaware that they're shaming themselves. Plus, when they shame the clinger, the one with the frozen child construct, okay, they admire them and try to save them. They treat that as supply, as a feeding. So stingers and narcissists and all that, they want to be fed but not acknowledge the feeder as a person. And clingers put themselves in that role. We say, well, yeah, I'm no good, so it makes sense that they hate me, and I got to take care of their hate, and I got to give them goodness. Kind of makes sense like that. So Miss Golem has said she spent most of her life in the freezing parent construct, and if any man liked her, click, okay, the model flared up. She's back in the past. Okay, so she said if a fellow liked her, okay, the model, okay, the working model, the endopsychic structure, okay, the prototype, the template, the schema, the script flares up. Okay, so he triggers up in her frozen child. She plays the freezing parent. So she projects or sees her frozen child into the guy who likes her. Because the guy who likes her is kind of like the child who likes the mother kind of thing. Wants mother's love. So he wants her love kind of thing. Oh, you're like the child wants my love. I say no to you. Mother said no to me. You're me who wants love. Well, I'm the mother who says no to me. You're me. I say no to you. So she spent most of her life, okay, going around, and anytime some guy said, oh, you're nice, I hate you. No. She clicked. So she hated all these guys. No guy was good enough. No guy was right for you. Okay, they play the Cher song. You're not good enough. You're not strong enough. Do you believe in love after love? No, you're not good enough. You're not strong enough. So she would reject all these fellows. So she spent most of her life hating men, shaming men, rejecting men, like that. Now, on occasion, if she met a fellow that hated her, okay, then she transfer her freezing parent construct onto him, and then she would regress back to her basic one, the frozen child one, and try to save him. So if a guy hated her, she would love him, okay, meaning be attracted to him. So that's back at that place where she's the child, and the fellow who's narcissistic, okay, she'll try to save him, thinking he's a copy of the mother, thinking if she saves him, she's really trying to save the mother. So so normally, if a guy likes her, she'd hate him. Okay, if a guy hates her, she would like him. So she did this for most of her life. Finally, she said, she said something's wrong here. Went to the Lost and Found Emporium kind of thing, and realized about the constructs which she wrote about. And then she identified the construct, build the adult mind. And then she said finally in her late 50s, she said she was finally able to get into a mutual kind of person-to-person relationship. And then she had something new like that, something totally new like that. And at least that's what she says in her book kind of thing. So we also have a thread called the stingers and the clingers. If the clingers get together, like two, they can grow and heal together. If two people are co-opted by the frozen child one, okay, if they're conscious of their situation, they can make I statements, they can free associate, they can be honest, they can communicate, they can tell the truth, they can grow together, they can mourn and grieve and grow together. Okay, it's because they're on the track. I'm not okay, you're okay. They're still on the track to I'm okay, you're okay. Now stingers reject all that stuff. They made the Faustian pact. If they see it, they gotta hate it. That's the Faustian pact. They reject development. They reject the quote-unquote human side of being human. So if two stingers get together, what the tendency is, let's say it's just two friends, quote-unquote friends, right? If two stingers get together, because they're not feeling, they don't make because they can't make I statements. They're in survival mode. What trust, feel, make, oh, mother's gonna eat me there. They can't do it. There's too much pain around it. So the pain is tension. So he's got tension, he's got tension. So let's say you got two buddies or something, and they're both stingers. Egoism, they're egos, or they're narcissistic types, or the bully types, or not just the cookie cutter over narcissistic types that we're familiar with. Okay, like the exhibitionistic one, or a branch of it, like the Don Juan, Don Quixote, Casanova, or womanizer. Not Horatio is the other one. Go to the Twilight Zone, Cat and Mouse. There's a classic Don Juan in there. He played a Don Quixote in that one. But you got other types of you got the clinging, vying narcissist, which is different from the codependent. It's different. The codependent, they say I'm not okay, you're okay. The clinging, vying narcissist says I'm okay, others not okay. So all the narcissist types say I'm a little god, everyone else is no good, meaning their soul is no. They project their human soul as not feeling good and project it on it and say they're no good, while they take refuge in the old time. You just were the little gods and kings, so they got this delusion like that, this addictive little solipsistic dollhouse bubble like this. Okay, so two stingers are like friends, let's say, utilitarian kind of friends. Because of the tension, because they don't free associate, they don't make I statements, they don't vulnerability, they don't trust. They're all jungle slogans. How do they get along with each other? A lot of tension like that. So the first things first, identify a third who's going to represent each other's unloved self and dangerous mother. So anything about inner life, it'll be on the scapegoat. So the scapegoat, they'll identify a third and say they're no good and dangerous. Okay? That's them. They feel no good, mother's dangerous. They just put it on the scapegoat. So if the two stingers, okay, Berger calls it taking turns playing big shot. So if the two stingers, meaning taking turns playing infantile god. Okay, so, but to do so, first they got to blow off steam and have a setup. First, identify a third. Okay, that's scapegoating, blaming, externalization, externalized living. They got to externalize their inner life. They're externalized. They can't feel their inner life. That's a paucity of inner experience, emotional poverty. One life furnished in emotional poverty. They can't connect to their inner life. It's always externalized to make them unaware of the pain of the emptiness, the chasm within, the sarcasm within. Okay, the ennui within, this black hole within, this abyss with this, it's just too much. So they always externalize, their attention is out, so they're always blaming, okay, to make them unaware of this pain of the trauma with the mother. So, and the byproduct of it, called the sarcasm scene in the distant film Inside Out 2. Film of the year for 2024, Inside Out 2. There's a scene in there called sarcasm, that the earth is a chasm. And on the surface you'd have shame. And ennui and shame would be the surface representation for the underlying chasm there. So they don't want to feel the chasm, so they got to have ennui and shame and envy, of course, so on. And Schadenfreude, of course. Well, Schadenfreude is for joy underneath. Okay, so after Murray Bowen calls it the triangle, the emotional triangle. Because there's too much tension between the two, they disperse onto the third, so the third is scapegoated, right? That disperses the pain and the tension they feel between themselves. They can't share it with each other, with themselves, because they cannot make I statements. That's vulnerability. They don't trust. No way. They can't make an I statement, even a simple one, even a kid's version. No way. They won't anything about the inner life. They cannot reveal it. So the scapegoat represents all their inner life. So if anything about the inner life comes up, okay, if there's any frustration between the two, they'll just dump on the scapegoat. Okay, so if it's something about themselves that's no good, the scapegoat's no good. Something about the mother that's dangerous, oh, the scapegoat's dangerous. So after they blow off steam with all this blaming and excuses and rationalizations and okay, all this nonsense, okay, duplicity and rhetorics, Okay, slogans. But okay, after they blow off steam, then they take turns playing big shot. The unconscious spoken, unconscious social contract is, all right, you get a turn playing big shot, I'll put up with it. And then I get a turn playing big shot, and you put up with, that's the deal, that's it. You get a turn, I get a turn. Anything real, anything about our childhood or anything real, it's all dumped on the scapegoat. And then we take turns playing big shot. It's addictive. You get to play little God, I get to play little God. They might even be smoking at the same time to reinforce it. Or they might even be drinking and smoking to doubly, triply reinforce it. You know. And if someone, you know, brings up something authentic between them, hey, you promised to bring the booze, you didn't bring the booze. Oh, whoa. You're not blaming the third. You're supposed to blame the third one as a problem. You broke the deal. They ghost each other. Didn't even anyways. So if there's a loss, denial, contempt, sour grape, didn't even anyways. So if the two singers get married, typically one of the children will be scapegoated in a similar manner. Typically the first child is seen as a narcissist, is used for narcissistic supply. So they'll support the first child in their schools and all that, in their academic studies, hoping that if they're successful, everybody will see them, admire them, think well of them. Then the parents will think that that first kid is a proxy of them. Then they feel seen and admired and getting supply through the kid. So the first kid might get supported and successful in school and all that, the money and all that, to go to school and all that, with the hope that the kid will be a proxy for their need for narcissistic supply. If the kid is successful, then the kid gets supply, then the parents feel important, they're the center, so on and so forth. Even if they get some success in that area, it doesn't heal them. So when the second kid comes on the scene, they want to blow off steam. Okay, like the two buddies playing big shot, they want to blow off steam. Okay, so now the second kid, what the woman will do is traumatize the baby, make them naughty to give them the excuse called spare the rod. That's just a camouflage, that's a cloak to hide the underneath issue that they want to blow off steam on the second kid. So they're going to scapegoat the second kid, okay, for the parents to get along with each other. The third kid comes on the scene, maybe he's kind of like ignored or something, so he's a lost child or something. The fourth kid comes on the scene and he may accidentally, he has the most freedom, they say, so he may accidentally do some foolish thing and make everybody laugh for a change. So he becomes the family clown or the family mascot or something. So that's Sharon, that's just one version of the family order thing by Sharon Way Shager. Okay, so she had the four kids, right? Hero, scapegoat, lost one, mascot. That's just one model there. But the point is, when parents are stingers, what are the kids? Maybe the only child will be scapegoated. It doesn't have to be a perfect system like that. So back to the comic psychoanalysis. That first case, Freddie, he was scapegoated by the narcissistic parents. So if you want an example of this, read the comic psychoanalysis, the story about Freddie. Okay, he was narcissistic, she was narcissistic. Okay, and they dumped on the kid like that. He was naughty, all these problems. They took him to the shrinker man, something wrong with our kid. He's wrong, he's at fault. Something wrong with him, fix him. Shrink said, he's the symptom. You're scapegoating him, you're using him, you're dumping on him. He's the symptom. The problem's you two. How dare you? They were enraged like this. Freddie, here's a quarter. Go to the laundromat down the road, play pinball, take a break. Back in the 50s, right? No, I'm adding that thing about the pinball. He didn't say that. he sent Freddie home. You're the symptom of your parents. You're not the cause. The way you are is your parents created that because they have a need to dump on you. They invented your personality, so they have a psychological need to dump on you because they can't feel and communicate with each other. So they got a lot of anger and they don't want to fight amongst themselves, so they dump on you as a scapegoat. So Freddie, you go home, whatever, and I'll take care of the rest, kind of thing, right? He even said to Freddie, Freddie, you don't know who you are, and he's an amazing person, and I'm going to help you get to know him. He was so thrilled and excited, right? Okay, I'll see you, doctor. So excited. And so now he had to refer the fellow to his colleague and the wife to another colleague. They finally agreed that the problem was with them, that they needed therapy, not Freddie. Freddie's the symptom, not the cause. He's No children are to be blamed for the abuse inflicted on them by the narcissistic, traumatized parents. Okay? No child is responsible for the lovelessness of their parents. Hi. Somebody's right behind me. I didn't even notice. Oh, all the seats are falling back. It doesn't seem to mind. Okay. There's a guy just right behind me, clicking away on his phone, texting away. So I guess it's okay. Okay. So we were talking about Freddy scapegoating. Yeah. Okay. The stingers, right? So stingers give up on the human, quote-unquote, human side of being human. That's the Faustian pact. Others can play the quote-unquote human side of being human, having needs and feelings and wounds and need to grieve and trying to heal, shame it, hate it, because that's what's done to them. They're addicted to shaming. So there are a variety of stinger personality patterns that develop trauma prior to 18 months. The various narcissistic ones, the bully one, the Iago one, lower functioning BPD one. Iago's that's a whole key one there, and a few others. But the commonality of the stinger personality pattern, i.e. frozen child co-opting them, puppet master, where they made the Faustian pact, and they're married to mom, they are the mother, so they have no beingness, they don't warm, they don't have pleasure, they don't have affection or tenderness, so they can't, since they're from the amygdala place, they don't apologize, they're in survival mode. So anything they do, they feel entitled and they're in survival. If they do something wrong, what are you talking about? I'm in survival mode. They think kind of like the baby struggling with the breast time. He's trying to survive to get a secure relationship. The baby thinks he's going to be a goner. They're coming from that attitude. So whatever they do, harmful or whatever, they think you've got to be talking. I'm entitled here. I'm in survival here. It's eat or be eaten. They have this jungle slogans in life because they're operating out of the primitive brain. The feelings, body, consciousness is all frozen. And Snow White's in the coffin, Rapunzel's in the tower, Maiden King flew away, etc. So they're operating out of the primitive brain, and the cortex is just pulled in to create rationalizations and excuse to provide camouflage. So they'll end up with beliefs. They'll end up with these beliefs and philosophies and slogans, okay, to repress the pain. But the pain creates those beliefs. The pain creates rationalizations, and the rationalizations help them deny the pain of what's going on. So they create rationalizations to make them and others unaware of how unreasonable and psychotic they are. The rationalization is to make them appear non-psychotic. The rationalizations are to make them appear reasonable, when really underneath they're not being reasonable. So rationalization means you say something to make you appear to be reasonable, to hide that you're being unreasonable, i.e. psychotic like that. People in the present, aren't you in the nursery? People in the present, aren't your mother in the nursery? Come on, you're just like a little psychotic like that. But no one thinks in those terms because they appear reasonable. They can talk nice or dress nice or look nice, whatever. The more skillful language a person can be, the more articulate they can be, the more they can weave a beautiful lie, and they can say things to appeal to your needs. Or they can use tricks. If they confuse you with vagueness or scare you with implied vagueness, okay, then you're going to think they're the great one. Okay, where'd they learn this trick? Where'd they learn the trick that if they confuse and scare you, that you think they're amazing? Like, whoa. Okay, well that's what happened at the babyhood time. The baby was confused and scared, and the baby then had to think the mother was amazing. Okay, the splitting mechanism, the mother's a goddess. So they learned that trick. Okay, identification with the aggressor. That's the Faustian pact, the power of the mother. Confuse people, scare people, they'll think you're amazing. They'll think you're so wonderful, right? So you're intuitive to figure this out. So in this survival anxiety, they have what's called in the mind a hall of mirrors, house of mirrors. Now you see me, now you don't, catch me if you can. This ability to quickly, intuitively smooth around 10 steps ahead of everybody, okay, where they can lie and deceive, and if you call them out on it, they'll twist it. No, you lied. You said the lie. No, you said it. What are you talking about? They'll scare you and attack you. Oh, you're right. They'll gaslight you. They'll double bind you. Okay, so they're very good at duplicity and lying. They're very master liars, skillful liars, to the point where they make you admire them while they're shaming you. They want to shame and mock you and belittle you and have a very disparaging attitude towards you, to the point where you admire them and think so amazing of them. So that's being fed while they dump. Okay, so they see everyone as the phantom placenta. They got to be fed. They got to dump on them. So they're intuitive to maintain. It's a survival kind of thing. If they're in survival kind of thing, they'll say what they got to say, and there's no contradiction. Meaning, in the unconscious, there's only that moment. So if you say to somebody with narcissism, hey, 5 minutes ago you said that, now it's 5 minutes later you said the opposite thing. They don't care. What they said 5 minutes ago was to survive in that moment. What they're saying now 5 minutes later is to survive in that moment. They're always just trying to survive in that kind of moment. And if they hurt others, they'll say that you're hurting them. People with narcissism, people with distinct personality pattern, one of the wicked witch tricks might be to pretend that you said what they said. That confuses you. Or they'll say, or they'll pretend that they said what you said, or they'll pretend that you said what they said. They'll use a lot of tricks, duplicity. The way to a half-truth is the father of many lies. The best way to tell a lie is to include a few crumbs of truth in it. They're master rhetoricians, rhetoric people. They're very good with rhetoric and propaganda and PR tricks and advertising tricks. Because all these tricks are intuitive to touch on your unmet needs. Dangle a promise, you believe it. Okay, fish sees the hook, fish sees the bait, not the hook. They're masters at appealing to your fantasies and needs. Then you believe them and think they're amazing like that. So they want to get supply. They want to fool you and get supply. They're in survival mode. They're a hungry wolf. They want to survival mode. Everybody's symbolic breast. They want to be fed. So they'll lie to get fed. They're just kind of stuck, sort of in this mode, right? So that's Grotstein's theory about the BPD. He calls it the BPD amalgam. Something in the mind that's a crisscrossing and fusion of the two mentations. So psychotically neurotic mixes with neurotically psychotic. And you get these two lines fusing in, poof, you get this magic mirror. House of mirrors, hall of mirrors. And it allows them to deceive, to flip-flop, to blame. Okay, so, and it's all related to, I gotta survive. So they can't tell the truth, flip-flop, they'll just lie, twist, flip. They can't make an I statement, similar kind of thing. Okay, they gotta deceive, you call them out, flip. So you can never catch them. They won't tell the truth. They can't apologize. They don't have empathy, or because they're entitled to the gods. How can they get empathy? They're still fighting. They're still in survival mode. So all of their rationalizations are related to that. Oh, it's a jungle out there. My greedy, your greed. No, that's a sign of trauma. It's not natural. That's an outcome of trauma. This hate and bitterness is not a basic thing. Babies are meant to be loved so they can be themselves and come from the golden ball, mating king. They're meant to have it's a warm temperament or friendly temperament. It's three-dimensional, it's broader, it's adult-like. They can be adults, they can be elders, they can be generative. There's like a warm family feeling for everyone or something like that. We're all from the same hominids. It's the reality here. And there's a lot of evolutionary gratitude, a lot of appreciation for what we have. Like the way indigenous people talk about. This would be the time when I'd play a song. I'd probably play Katie Lee, since we talked about Katie Lee. Okay, so let's go back to the fusion between Inside Out 2 and the Mating King. And it's overly simplistic, but I'll see if I can improve on it in the future. So in Inside Out 2, you see the splitting mechanism. Okay, that's when you saw the character Joy popping away all the painful memories related to the authentic self. So all the mother's shaming and misattunement, she's a witch like that, your feelings, the memories, the feelings, the memories popped away, popped away, popped away. So you saw Joy took those orbs, put it in this little popping machine, she had this little lever like that, and it popped it all away like that. So that means you're repressing and you're denying, and you're kind of split. She might keep some kind of and there might be some few positive memories she can hold on to, but most of the memories, like the authentic memories, the real memories, what really happened, are going to get denied. And you may keep some, either a combination of some real positive memories, if there are some, or you make up some to compensate. But most of the person's sense of beingness has been denied and popped away. That's at the back of the mind like that. That's a splitting mechanism. The child can't know the truth, so you pop it away. Every time the mother uses the baby, gaslights the baby, shames the baby, double binds the baby, exploits the baby, treats the baby, fighting with the baby, thinking the baby's her mother, or shaming the baby because she's trying to know that her mother shamed her. So in an attempt to know that her mother shamed her, she shames her baby in an attempt to know that. So the baby's being shamed by this. These kind of memories popped away, popped away, popped away. Okay, so there's so much at the back of the mind. You saw this whole mountain of orbs like that. Okay, that's this famous splitting mechanism, and they're kind of separate like that. They're deep, deep, deep in the back of the mind. So finally, in the healing journey, we want to feel that. But in order to feel now, well, we couldn't have felt back then. The baby couldn't feel that, so it's repressed. But you want to feel it, believe it or not. The key to your future lies in your past. In the Disney film, in the Twilight Zone episode called Memphis, that's the closing narration. The key to your future lies in your past. If you want a happy future, you gotta face this past stuff. So it's called mourning. It's called working through. Okay, it's called free association, dream interpretation, and you gotta face adversarial thinking. So, first things first, hop on the broccoli boat. Okay, the broccoli boat was on a little river called the Stream of Consciousness. That's code for free association. Now you don't see Riley, the character, talking to somebody, and you see what's going on underneath. So, but it's as if we're seeing what's going on underneath, and they leave it open to what she's doing on the surface, but allows the healing processes taking place with him. So you see an image of the healing processes taking place with him. So it's as if she were free associating. She's riding the broccoli boat to reach those repressed memories, to approach them, to admit them, to identify them, then they can be released. Because if you're away from them, it doesn't get released. Now, how do you ride? What's the oars like? How do you ride that back? It's called free association. Tell your story and say what comes to mind. What does it remind me of? What does that remind me of? What's the hardest thing about that? What's the most painful thing about that? Now, I must have a very good reason for feeling blocked here. I feel blocked here. There must be a reason. I must have a very good reason for it. What does this remind me of? And just see if you can free associate and validate. So you want to give yourself self-compassion, self-empathy, called validation. Validation. As you free associate, just accept it. I must have a very good reason for feeling sad here, or stuck here, or confused here, or angry here. Whatever it is, and just and go on. What else? Well, what does this link to maybe, or what does this remind you of, or what does this maybe tied to? Like, what does this lead you towards, kind of thing? Just see if you can free associate a little bit. That's called riding the broccoli boat. It takes 20 years, right? It's a 20-year journey. It's an odyssey, right? Working through, suffering through. So you want to ride the broccoli boat. This is the wounds day. In Shatter Day, you got the someday, moan day, dues day, wound day. So this is the wound day. You're facing these wounds like that. You got to accept what you're feeling. Feeling is healing. You got to accept this kind of stuff. Don't shame yourself. Don't gaslight yourself. You got to accept, validate. Your mother didn't validate you. You got to validate yourself. That's the healing journey. You got to validate yourself. Okay. Now, embedded, a variation, a branch, or included in the free association is when you wake up in the morning. See, when you free associate, you're making inferences. you're guessing around. Could it be this? Could it be that? Trial and error. So you say, you know, am I treating others badly? Is that maybe for me to know my mother treated badly? Well, hypothesis, put a question mark. Are you recreating disappointments all the time? Does that mean I was disappointed with the mother? Does that mean she failed me and I'm trying to know that she failed me? So you just make emphasis like that. As you get these little mini aha moments, little mini eureka moments, i.e. the moment when something rings true and unconscious to conscious, your conscious feels something true, it's a little link like that. It's called like a little bolt or something, a little link like that. Von Franz calls it this little bolts. I sort of get it, but I don't know how helpful that is. I didn't stay around for the show on the Halloween. I left before it started. I asked the staff how was it there. I can tell they were, oh, it's okay. Just being polite about it. Well, he's still typing away, huh? All right. He's really into his texting. That lady's got a real spiffy new, brand new spiffy little moped there. Looks pretty. Oh yeah, if you, in the last video, or 2 videos ago was it? There was a really nice classic car that passed by, like a mini Porsche from the 60s or something. This yeah, I talked about it. Yeah. It did show up in the camera. I looked for it. I played it back. Oh, there it is. This very aesthetic looking. Very curvy, smooth curve. I was talking about it might be the designer might have said, this is what I wanted. I wanted the connection with mother's smooth body and her breast, the top part, the hood part, and the body part. It was very curvy like that. And I was thinking maybe the buyer of the car says, yeah, well, I got the key now. I control it. I could be in it. It's mine now. I control the breast. I control the mother. Positive magic gesture. I didn't get this smooth, aesthetic, beautiful, kind of smooth, beige, curvy. It looked really, quote-unquote, aesthetic, right? I mean, something unconsciously reminds you of the breast or the mother. It's called aesthetic. That's one theory, question mark about that. Where are we here? Okay, so let's. So we're currently trying to do a blending of Inside Out 2 and The Maiden King. Okay, so we see. Let's say we got on the broccoli boat. Now, by the way, it was hard for them to find the broccoli boat. They were lost looking around for it. That's code for how difficult it is to speak a truth, to free associate honestly. We have a huge resistance to this, right? So you're not gonna, if you lie to yourself, okay, you don't get on the boat. So so there's a fear to get on the boat. And even when they found the boat, they were delayed. They were scared to get on the boat. Finally said, no, for the healing processes, for Riley, for our soul, for our healing, for our authentic self, we gotta say the truth here. So they hopped on the boat. Now they're getting somewhere. Now they're riding the broccoli boat. Okay, that's called free association. Okay, dream interpretation. When you wake up in the morning, you do the same thing. Whatever sequence you remember, when you wake up, you free associate from that sequence. What does this remind me of? What does this suggest to me? And just see if you can unpack a little bit more. Because in your dream, it's the unconscious. When you wake up, you got a snippet that's making you conscious, so you want to unpack the letter. So when you get a dream, if you don't free associate from it, it's kind of like an unopened letter, so to speak. So you want to see how much you can make conscious. So just free associate whatever dream sequence you remember when you wake up in the morning. Okay, could be a recurring theme in your life, a recurring emotion that you're trying to feel. Maybe it's letting you know something about you. It's your unconscious saying to you, it's like this in your soul today. You get the dream sequence. You say, thank you, double self. Thank you, second self, unconscious self, repressed self, authentic self, shadow self. Okay, thank you. I see. It's like this in my soul today, right? Yes, it's like this in your soul today. Thank you. It's like this in my soul today. And then you free associate. Okay, what does it remind me of? And then validate like that. And keep in mind, when you get a dream sequence, it's from this unconscious world. Now, in that unconscious world, there's no time, condensation, displacement, symbolization. So whatever you remember, you don't really take it at face value usually. It's like it's trying to ease it for you. Like, so if you're angry at your mother, you might feel angry at some classmate you barely knew or something. Like, you might have transferred it. So that person was a symbol, or you displaced onto, or the person or the classmate was a symbol of your mother, let's say, or you transferred onto the mother. So there's a lot of transference going on, displacement and flipping, and there's some condensation. So when you wake up in the morning, you can have a whole dream sequence that's a condensation of something from childhood, something you saw on TV, something from a week ago or something, and it pieced it together for you to try to communicate to you. It's just drawing on where it can to try to construct something to help you be aware of yourself. It's like this in your soul today, and then so it's helping you like that. It's a messenger. It's like Hermes giving you a letter like that. That's part of the free association. Okay? So free associate about your life, and free associate from the dream sequences. Now, if you're doing that, okay, if you want to be able to get the Firebird, okay, the catharsis, the purification, the cleansing, okay, that's when the orbs come rushing up and inside out to all those orbs, and you roll those orbs like that coming up. Okay, if you want to get to that place at the back of the mind where you can now feel what you couldn't have felt, first you got to weave together and try to now know what you couldn't have known. That's what the free association is about. Building this nest, this container, this ego, this ability to now know what you couldn't have known and to accept now what you couldn't have accepted back then. In the process of doing that, okay, there's a real key point here. Baba Yaga is going to appear. Okay, she's on a flying hut with a chicken leg or something. She's got teeth made out of steel, and she's got this file, this 3-foot file. This wild, powerful, wild creature called Baba Yaga. Okay, she's a symbol of nature, the symbol of the healing forces of nature, the symbol of the innate drive for healing. And she's there. Oh, you want to heal, do you? Well, you got to get past me here. So what? So how does somebody? What does that mean? Okay, she wants to know, if you're going to heal, are you willing to hold the tension of the opposites? Are you willing to find the third side of the coin, the both and side of the coin? It's not either or. It's not adversarial. It's not oppositional. It's not black or white or everything or nothing or now or never. It's not this kind of splitting kind of thing. Like, because the baby dealt with goddess and demon. From the goddess and demon, he felt special and no good. It's not. In Inside Out 2, you saw the joy side was a pathological joy, right? And then on the anxiety side, it was always never good enough, always wrong, never good enough, nothing I do is good enough. And she was always trying to manically spinning around scenarios of how do I save the mother, how do I fix the mother, and she was drinking 20 energy drinks, buzzing around, imagining every case scenario, still feeling no good, still feeling never good enough, because no baby can save the mother, but she felt defective, guilty, wrong, no good. That's also false belief. Okay, but babies do that. They think to cope with the situation, they think they're no good and defective and guilty and dead and do and all. They're not born quote unquote sin. They're born guilty because of the pain. They thought they were being punished and they couldn't save their mother, so they were guilty. That's like one part self on the split side. The other part self on the other split side is a special pathological joy. I'm wonderful, all's good. So joy was this manically good all the time, good kind of thing. Everything's happy like that. It was exaggerated. It was dreamy. So it's not realistic. This either or kind of stuff. Okay, so the part selves relate to the part others like that. Okay, so you gotta address this issue. Can you move beyond oppositional thinking? Can you move beyond adversarial thinking? Can you move beyond prejudice, me good, you know, this nonsense, this is traumatized baby thinking. Me so good, you no good. Okay, that's yourself you're talking about. You're taking refuge in the time of the uterus where you're little God. Come on. If you're gonna heal, you got to do a little work on your own sense. You got to do a little conscious effort on your part and question around. Question around. It's not that simple. Come on. Now, for a baby, you can't do it. But when you're older, you can do it. When you're older, you can see dimensionality, three-dimensionality. People have positive motivations, but it's very coded, and they're afraid, and they think they're in survival mode. Everyone loves or cry for love, and when some people cry for love, they don't do it directly by recreating disappointments. They just shame others to represent them and say, well, let them cry for love on my behalf and I'll shame them. So it's twisted like that, but they're still trying to cry for love like that. They're quote-unquote cursed, right? So they don't mean to do it, but they're doing it. Like the wicked witch, she's cursed. She doesn't mean to hate the daughter, but she's kind of cursed like that. So we don't see the healing on her end. But so in a myth or fairy tale, if there's some kind of character that's kind of like cursed and turned into an animal, or turned into the beast, or turned into something ugly, or like a frog, that's a metaphor that they're neurotic. So that means these symbols of somebody being cursed, that's code for what we now say neurosis. You're compulsively doing some dysfunctional thing that's harmful to you and others. That's like a curse. So in the fairy tale, they say they turned you into something like a curse. And then when the healing takes place, when the redemption takes place, they morph back to the healthy state. Now that quote's coming up. Yeah, I just found out this morning by Von Franz. So we'll have if you want to jump ahead, go to 2930, or if you want to jump back, 2930. Whenever you're listening to this, 2930. We've got some quotes by Von Franz. We have no quotes by Mr. Jung, but we do have some few quotes from his number one sort of teacher. So Von Franz dedicated her life to teaching her mentors theories and all that. It's also a little muddled. She sometimes is very verbose. Oh my God! Like she'll take a whole page and didn't say anything. She's very heady like that. But sometimes she does break through with an insight. It depends on the reader's tolerance and patience, I think. So I have a kind of I visit her book in a very cyclical way. I'll read a little bit, oh boy, and I'll come back to it a year later. So this morning I took a peek. Oh, got a group right beside me. Okay, well, they don't mind. I don't mind, I guess. Okay, yeah, 2930 about. Should we do that one about the curse? No, okay, let's do it later. Okay, so let's finish up the adversarial thinking. So the baby thinks in adversarial thinking, good breast, bad breast. Baby can't handle ambivalence or confusion. He's got to have heaven. His needs are not met. Click, he's in hell. It's just simple like that. Baby can't understand ambivalence or confusion or why the mother's doing this. She would have, she could have, she couldn't, she's trying. Okay, I can tolerate that. No, baby can't tolerate that. He's the center. He's meant to be fed, have his needs met. He needs to be soothed and seen and accepted and comforted and fed properly and held properly and nursed properly, and the milk flows smoothly, not the powder stuff. He needs the natural nursing. The nerves, there's nerves in the nipple to the mother, and there's nerves in the child while he's suckling, called the mucosal nerves or something like that. And it's like a cable line that allows the mother to recognize the signals and be attuned and meet the baby's needs in a flowing kind of rhythm like that. It's called a tune, music. It's musical. It's a continuation of the uterus. Baby, cord, placenta, mother, placenta, cord, baby, do, re, mi, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Okay, that continues. Baby feeding, mother responds, fed, baby fed, nerves to the mother, breast, mother gets it, responds, loves, accepts, communication, flow. There's a flow like that, some kind of continuation of that flow. A, B, C, do, re, mi. Baby needs this rhythm of safety and the attunement, mother's recognition, mother's presence. Okay, and these guys beside me are heavy smokers because I can strongly smell the nicotine in it. Wow. Let's not talk about smoking for the next little while. It's like a change. Yeah, I do. It is. It's pretty strong. It's pretty intense. My goodness. Okay, let's. Where are we here? Okay, so in this story, Maiden King, you know, Baba Yaga was there. So we see sort of a simple test. Oh, so you want to heal, do you? You want to get the Firebird? You want to ride the Firebird? You want the pin to pop out? You want the feelings to come back, do you? Yeah, that's right. Well, why? Why do you want to heal? Is it your choice? Is there some kind of something driving you? What is it? Is it your choice, or is it something driving you? Okay, so she presented a kind of an either-or question as a test, and then if he did an either-or answer, okay, she'd push him, she'd gobble him up, push him away, whatever. The image is she would just gobble him up, gulp. Means you're not going to go forward or something. It's just crushed or whatever. Or your own greed made it go away or something. I don't know. So the character said, Ivan said, yeah, well, a part of me is choosing this, but mostly I don't know what's driving me. It's a both and. Okay, you understand, both and. You know, so it was a simple test, but then she could go on. She can go forward. Okay, so that was a part of the healing journey. Can you have it? Can you demonstrate something in the area of the third side of the coin? How the third side of the coin is able and does hold the other two sides. Okay, go to TQ 2599, Route 66. Okay, the fifth one down about the third side of the coin. So the third side holds the other two, so it contains the other two. That's a key image, underappreciated image. It's the third side of the coin, holds the other two sides. It's a continuous process. It's continuous understanding. That's great. You know, third side of the coin is three-dimensional. It's vertical thinking. Why calls it the vertical thinking? Robert A. Johnson calls it three-dimensional thinking. The golden mean, the middle way, the middle ground. This broader, deeper perspective that we're all humans, we're all one family, we're all wounded, we're crying for love, we're confused when we're crying for love. We have a resistance to healing. We use defense mechanisms, we use rationalizations to hide our defense mechanisms. So can we recognize that kind of thing? So that leads to the next Baba Yaga. So there were three Baba Yagas, so then they went to the next Baba Yaga. And so this was about, the test there was, okay, I see, so you want to continue your journey. That's right. Well, you got to understand the trickster energy. Okay, so they would use the rabbit. Traditional cultures use the rabbit as a character, like a bear rabbit was one of them. I'm trying to remember if Anansi, was he a rabbit? Anansi? Oh. Maybe I should change it. It's gonna go. Hold on a sec, let me take a peek. Oh, it is pretty busy around here, eh? But just here for a while. You can sit here for a while. This section is usually very busy, but at the moment, let's move over here. Give me a minute to move my stuff here. Hold a second. Yeah, hold a second. is this? Is this gonna work? Let's try this for a bit. That table's gonna fill up very soon. So the test was, we need to understand trickster energy, the rabbit energy. The rabbit's a metaphor for the trickster energy. The trickster energy, the rabbit energy, is a symbol, okay, or code for the use of defense mechanism. Defense mechanism is a very trickstery kind of energy. Something you don't know about you. You say others have it. That's a trickster kind of thing. You say others are this and that, but it belongs to you. That's a trickster kind of thing. It tricks you to make you unaware that it belongs to you. Okay? Or you believe someone possesses that, so you want to coax them into that role. Similar thing. So projection, projective identification, or evocation of a proxy, okay? Or your double think, like the bully one. He shames the victim and thinks the victim is hurting him. Now he's angry at the one he just shamed, believing he's the victim while he's being the aggressor. So this is a trickster kind of thing called double think and double talk and double speak and flip-flopping. That's the primary orientation. Okay, the BPD amalgam, the house of mirrors, that's a very trickster kind of thing. Okay, the issue of symbiosis, looking for the oneness, not seeing things for what it is, seeing things in the past, transferring the past to the present's a new dish of the past, so you transfer the past to the present. That's also a trickstery kind of thing. You're repeating something, you're repeating a version of the past in the present, and you're relating to the present as if you're still in the past. All this kind of stuff is considered trickstery kind of thing. Now, infused in the trickster energy, the rabbit energy, an image that's infused in the rabbit energy, trickster energy, is the duck energy. The duck energy, because the duck means he swims underwater, he flies in the air, under the water is unconscious, okay, and you want to make it up into the air of conscious, light of conscious, and the duck can walk on land, so you're on the land, you can hold and be present on the land while you swim in the water, fly in the air. That's sort of embedded within trickster energy. So if you can get these two kind of perspectives, study defense mechanism, recognizing, bringing into consciousness something in the unconscious, so you live in two worlds. You live in the unconscious, you live in the conscious, that's the duck one. So as you're identifying defense mechanism, you're then living in two worlds. Then there may be a potential. In the egg, in the duck, there could be an egg. Okay, she ate the egg, that's the potential of new life. Okay? So you're integrating this new potential. So when you do all that kind of stuff, it's the death of all the nonsense, it's the birth of new life. It's the death of the shadow day, the false self dissolves, and if the birth, the egg, the potential, she calls it the pregnant virgin. The metaphor, she means, okay, remember it's myths and fairy tales and religious stories mostly in the context of religions being deceived. I mean, used as a tool of the plunder. She calls the pregnant virgin motif as this new potential, this new pregnant potential. That's the egg like that. So that's like the new life coming back. Okay, let's forget about that one. And then and the other part of it is when you back to Inside Out 2, when you ride the broccoli boat to the back of the mine, then there's this kind of rush of the orbs, and they were riding on the orbs, rushing up like that. That's similar to in Maiden King when the Firebird landed, and Ivan hopped on the back of the Firebird and he rode the Firebird up. Okay, that's the emotional knowing, feeling now what you couldn't have felt. Now you're alive. Now you feel real and alive. Now you're getting your embodiment. Now you're getting your beingness. Okay, like that. Okay, now when you're getting your beingness, as you're getting your beingness, that's the marriage with the swan turning into the princess, and they get married and you get your beingness. So the swan becoming the princess, and now you have your beingness. The princess is your beingness. Okay, then you get your beingness like that. Like Odysseus gets home, and then Penelope comes back. Penelope is the beingness of the person. So once you get your embodiment, you get your once you get your beingness, then you get your feelings. You get. You don't control the Firebird. You don't control the Phoenix. You just free associate, face adversarial thinking, study defense mechanisms, interpret your dreams, unconscious, conscious, make the unconscious conscious. Read these quotes 10 minutes a day, only 10 gentle awakenings, quiet awakenings. Okay? And then naturally, the Firebird will come. So if there's any kind of emotional knowing, if there's any kind of she calls it bolts, right? Like the moment something rings true. Like she said, if you interpret a dream correctly and you feel a little bolt, like a little emotional knowing, she calls it like a little, I guess the bolt would be like the fire, like a little mini Firebird, like a little jolt or something. I guess she means it like that. I'm not sure exactly. It's hard to read Miss Von Franz, huh? My goodness. Prolific writer, she wrote many books, and there's a whole documentary about her called The Way of the Dream. You can see her speaking there. Very. Barbara Bye quotes her sometimes. Woodman also, yeah. The last time I was here was a good video, yeah. Today's video is not too bad so far. Well, let's check the battery. Let's see. Battery's holding up 522. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I've got like 20 minutes left of light here. It's gonna get, very quickly it gets, days are getting shorter. I'm tempted to do this in 2 parts. Maybe leave this introductory as part 1 and then run through the quotes in part 2. Or maybe not. Actually, this is not a heavy load. Yeah, maybe I can get them in today. Yeah, let's get them in all in one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not a heavy load. Yeah, okay. Okay, so as we get the feelings back, the pin pops out with the feelings. It's kind of simultaneously. As you're getting your feelings, okay, the pin pops out. That's what we want. The trauma is we got the pin in the collar, you feel flat, it's called flat affect. When the feelings come back, that means the pin pops up. You can't actively just, wish it to happen or something. You gotta be a detective. You gotta try to construct. You gotta be a detective and construct. Okay? Now understand. A, your mother didn't love you. B, why? She was impaired. Why? Because she was repeating what happened to her. Okay, she was compelled to get out of her pain. So that's sort of like a little honoring, okay? That's calling a spade a spade. Okay, mourning the loving mother that should have existed, you never had. That's a huge freedom when you do that. It's an ironic liberation when you admit the truth. Okay, calling a spade is, recovery is based on calling a spade, she said, Anne Shave said. And the truth will upset you free. If you don't do the truth, you're whitewashing mother's lovelessness, you're whitewashing her gaslighting, her double binding, her shaming and using and exploiting, okay, and you're whitewashing all this stuff. When you're dysfunctional, okay, when you're operating on a frozen child, freezing parent, you're loyal to the mother and whitewashing her crime, okay, quote unquote. And included in this, we gotta face this false belief that we created, that we're always guilty, we're always wrong. That's not true. The baby was born to be loved. He wasn't born bad. That's something he believes after he's traumatized. He was innately born with this false belief. He created it to cope with the situation. So you gotta now find some way to kind of get to that place where you're not guilty, you did nothing wrong. It's no baby's job. No baby's responsible for the lovelessness that their mother received when the mother was a baby. How is the baby responsible that when he's born, that his mother, that when this mother was a baby and she received trauma, how is it this baby's fault? Like, come on. Maybe I can twist the chair here. Hold on a second. Is that better? A little bit better? Yeah, okay. Let me take a sip of my expensive coffee here. For the price of one of these things, I recommend getting the PDF file. It's getting harder to find information on the channel here. The YouTube function basically is defunct. It only shows you something that's in the title of the video. Like if you're looking for a topic in our collection, we've got 10, it's the greatest hits here, right? But let's say you want to find something. Let's say you wanted to research on ennui. We did 3 videos on ennui. Let's say you type in ennui in the search engine here. On what? Ennui. It's way more than boredom. It's much more than boredom. Ennui. It won't show up. Only if something's in the title of the video. But most of the titles here are like TQ, the number of the video TQ. So before it would show you the videos that include the topic of ennui. Now you don't see it. Is it just me? Is it suddenly getting louder around here? Here's something I can use. All right, if I'm going to take a break, that's at least. Look at the pretty birds here. This is one of the nicest bags I've ever had. What a nice bag, eh? I got it from the gift shop in one of the hotels. They were selling this in the gift shop. Great little bag, yeah. The bluebird of happiness comes from within, flies out from within, says Shirley Temple. So that it's a code. It's a symbol for the pleasant feeling that you feel when you express your uniqueness, which you do when you differentiate from the mother. When you mourn, then you differentiate, then the bluebird of happiness comes from within. So the blue jay or the bluebird is a symbol for the pleasant, happy feeling you feel when you express your uniqueness, what's unique about you. Once again, the Great Spirit makes everybody unique, but that uniqueness comes to your attention when you differentiate from the mother. How do you differentiate from the mother? Well, mourn that you didn't have one. Mourn that your mother abused you. Okay, so then you differentiate. Now the key line in the last video, mourning builds psychic structure. That's a great line. Mourning builds psychic structure. Authentic self, that's structure. If you're fused with the mother, you are the mother. There's missing this. You're missing. They got the chasm. There's no bridge. There's no pillar. There's nothing stand. There's no beingness. So mourning gets your beingness. So it's all about mourning, right? It's all about mourning. That's what free association is about. Free association is about searching for the truth, and then the mourning. Okay, the purification, the reaction, the catharsis. Okay, the firebird rises, redbird rises, phoenix rises, etc. So my understanding about the phoenix one is in some versions the soul morphs into ash. The soul is there, but it's in ashes. Remember, that's the shame. So when you face the shame, ashes, burning, biting feeling, you feel burnt like that, emotionally burnt. When the mother abuses the baby, he feels emotionally burnt, ashes. When you face that shame, it's spontaneous. Wow, nature, you get your feelings back. It's magic. This is from the other world like that. We live in these two worlds. So we don't control that. That's just nature healing us. Nature's the healer, right? Okay, let's read through the quotes. There's a lot more to say about. There's a lot more introductory material. I've barely scratched the surface of our introductory material. Okay, Jesus, like the stinger and the clinger I didn't cover. The trance logic we didn't cover. I statements we didn't cover, and the secure attachment style, the 5 parts we didn't cover, so anyways, you'll find various main pieces or pillars of the fundamental material in each of the introductory parts of the video. So let's just do today's video here. Luckily, it's a lighter load, as I was just saying. So let's cover these here. 2919. Okay, so here's a general one. What do shrinks or therapists or counselors strive to do? What are they trying to do? Like on their end, what's the attitude of the shrink? What's the attitude of the helper? What do they hope to happen, or what do they strive for? So we strive for, quote unquote, shrinks or therapists or counselors or healers, soul doctors strive for, okay, number one, helping clients feel safe enough with us. Okay, that's key. If you don't feel safe, you're under stress. How do you relax and talk? You're in survival mode. If he triggers your past, you can't heal. If the therapist is anxious, or if the therapist is transferring his past to the present using a client in the therapist's drama, it fails. It doesn't take place. If the therapist has unresolved trauma or unmourned losses, forget it. If the therapist is overly anxious, forget it. Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect or solid. Okay, so if the therapist wants to shame the client because he doesn't know his mother shamed him, forget it. It's not going to work. Or if the therapist has unresolved battle with his mother and transfers that to the client and fights with the client and provokes a fight to that end, it's not going to work. Or if the therapist has hope that his mother will love him, so he wants to coax and trick the client to feed him narcissistic supply, it's not going to work. If he's looking for the oneness, the full étoile oneness, he creates that, it's not going to work. If the therapist is a client, basically if he's like a client, thinking he's got to survive so he can BS and call himself a counselor, all you got to do is get a flimsy PhD in psychology, you hang up a shingle, and they get supply. They get fed, they get the money, and they get the emotional feeding. And then they shame and dump, and the client feeds and takes care of it. What a mess. That's not going to take place. So the proper counselor has done his work. Okay? He has the Firebird experience. He has self-knowledge, so he understands you, so you feel safe. He validates himself. He can validate what you're going through. He's got no chip or grudge or battle with his mother to transfer onto you. So he has that. He comes from that place of having been helping our clients feel safe enough with us. Okay, next, to free associate and ultimately engage in an open and uncensored exchange of thoughts and feelings. Okay, so if he feels safe, if the client feels safe, he wants to say it. He wants to be listened. He wants to be heard. We have a yearning to be heard. We're afraid to be heard. Mother never heard us. Mother gaslit us. Mother attacked us for our voice. So we want a corrective emotional experience. We want to feel that we can say and not re-experience what had happened to us. Now we kind of expect it, so we climb up. So the therapist has to make it clear, kind of thing. So you test the waters. You share a little bit. Did he shame you? Oh, he didn't. Maybe you share more. He didn't shame you. Oh, maybe you share more. Oh, he's safe. I can say more. He's safe. I can say more. So that you gotta feel safe to help him free associate. Increasing the capacity to think and to reflect instead of banking solely on evacuation of painful and unwanted states of mind. Okay, so you want to heal, or do you just want to feel better? So are you just gonna let the client dump on you and he feels better? Nothing took place, right? So some corrupt counselors might say, oh, I'll let him pay, okay, he can dump on me, and I'll take the money, I'll put up with that. He feels better for the minute. That's not counseling. If you want to heal and get better, or just want to feel better for the moment kind of thing. Now, some people can't do analytics, some people can't do talk therapy. They may engage in that, and that's called supportive counseling. Just to get them through a phase for the moment or something. Nothing's healed. So we're talking about so counseling is subdivided into analytic and so-called quote-unquote supportive. Just make it feel better for the minute. Nothing's changed. So that's general. That's called general counseling, or there now, that kind of stuff. That you don't get better with that stuff. But some people can't do the analytic. They're so distrustful. They project so much. They're so convinced that everyone else is no good and dangerous, they can't do therapy. So they just want to dump. So that's called feeling better, blowing up steam. That's a negative reaction. Increasing the capacity for mentalization. That is, for experiencing the other as having a separate and complex mind. With this recognition, the capacity to develop empathy is strengthened. Okay, so work towards understanding that people are people. They have minds, they have histories, they have experiences, they have traumas, they created beliefs, they have ghosts, they're hurt, They're crying for love. They're hiding it. They're camouflaging it. They're wanting to maybe appear machismo as a camouflage, as a smokescreen to hide it. They want to blow off steam. They want to hide in their shell. So they have a mind that's called mentalization. And then you recognize that they're coming from their trauma like that. Helping ourselves and our clients to be able to grieve and mourn instead of defending against frustration, pain, loss, and humiliation by blaming the other. Okay, so own your projections, stop blaming. So Masterson has a line, one of our mentors, James F. Masterson, and I notice in his books, he sometimes will say, oh yeah, it's so painful for you to focus on yourself, so what you do to soothe yourself is to blame me. What do I got to do with it? You know, so that's a defense against feeling. You blame, it's externalization, positive in experience. It's so painful for you to look inward and talk about what's really true like that. So what you do to get, comfort yourself or soothe yourself is to, blame them or blame me or blame them. What do they got to do with it? Kind of thing. So that's a very typical defense mechanism, to blame someone, scapegoat someone, find fault in others, blame them, and convince yourself and focus outwardly like that. It's so painful for you to focus on yourself, so what you do to soothe yourself is to blame others. So that's in Masterson's book. It's called Mirroring Interpretation of Narcissistic Vulnerability. It's best described in his books. I'm not a shrink. I probably wouldn't be able to do justice here. Hopefully my example maintains the interest in it. Making a commitment to become familiar with the disavowed aspects of ourselves. Okay, look at that. That's pretty good. Making a commitment to become familiar with the disavowed aspects of ourselves. This process involves recognizing the side of ourselves, that side of ourselves, our unknown self. Reducing an inclination to rely solely on projective identification. Okay, so if you're committed to healing, you're committed to self-knowledge, then that's a kind of a commitment like that. I'm reminded of the philosopher Confucius, almost 3,000 years ago. He said to his students, "Dear students, when I'm in a party of three, I always have two teachers. To the one I admire, I study from him, I learn from him. To the other, in whom I see traits I don't like, I search for those same traits in myself." Confucius was teaching about projection already way back then. Usually what you don't like, something you don't want to know about yourself, you don't like about yourself, it's too painful to know about yourself, too embarrassing. Even your positive traits, your whatever it is about yourself, the use of a defense mechanism, the beliefs you created, okay, whatever it is, your thoughts about yourself and others, whatever it is you don't want to know that's within, you find yourself saying it outwardly. Okay? That's like a mirror to what is within. Projection is the means of bringing repressed material to your consciousness. Lachlan calls it a mirror. Okay? I search for it in myself. Whatever you're saying about others is kind of charged or something. Look for that in yourself. I do it myself. Like I'll see I saw it at the mall there, this older guy, kind of a little like a waif, a little bit like just slouching over, kind of looks a little lost, a little lonely or something. I said, yeah, okay, I think I'm a bit like that. I'm willing to see how I'm that, right? So what was my opinion about him? Look for that in myself. Oh, he's a lonely old waif. Oh yeah, I'm a bit like that too, right? The quest for psychic truth. Along with Grotstein 2004, we see the healthy personality as containing a truth drive. So stay in touch with that. This innate drive for healing. This truth drive. Innate drive for healing. We're trying to heal. We're trying to heal. We create for self-knowledge. We repeat for self-knowledge. We're trying to heal. We're trying to make the unconscious conscious. The more you can make conscious unconscious, the more whole you are, healing and wholeness. Oh my God, a recent quote that was interesting was, she said, psychosomatic symptoms, that's your frozen child still trying to get love from your mother. Can you believe it? If you have a psychosomatic symptom, whatever it is, That's your inner child still trying to win love from the mother. Look, mother, I'm in pain. I'm loyal to you. See? I'm still crying to you. You check out either the last one or the one before. That's a great quote. I think maybe, yeah, it's a recent quote. I would highly recommend that quote about psychosomatic symptoms. It's your inner child crying for love still, trying to win mother's love. You're loyal. Your symptom is loyal to mother. Can you believe it? Okay, sort of related to this, the next one here. We become responsible for, or we bring under our ego's control, the adult mind, the past devastating traumas in which we split off our emotions and therefore we're not present to live the experience. So we want to bring it under the adult mind. We want to accept and contain what we couldn't feel. Make conscious, build a nest so you can feel and hold what you couldn't know back then. And you got to build the ego, you got to build enough understanding, enough empathy, enough recognition, enough understanding. So that's what these theories and quotes are all about, to have that capacity to hold your feelings when your feelings come back. If your feelings come to you and you have no know what's going on, they'll just be pushed back again, and it might be harder to get later on, maybe. We compulsively repeat our traumatic experience. Repetition compulsion, sorry. Repetition compulsion. Central to any topic. Okay, our next one here. Central to any topic plot is the shattering of the omnipotence of hubris and the emergence of a tragic subject who accepts that what will befall them, has to happen because of an ageless planning of mysterious forces. Okay, so we're this infantile narcissism, okay, it's meant in our healing that this hubris has got to fall to a crash. So if the character dies in a fairy tale, that's the hubris. Okay, so if in a myth or fairy tale, if the character decides that means the hubris is gone. The hubris died. The hubris was personified as a character. If that character died, the hubris is gone. That's what you want. So it looks violent and dramatic in the fairy tale, but you got to think in terms of symbolism. The symbolism was that he was a personification, a made up. That's you. If you take your hubris and put a character to represent your hubris, it's not you. It's just a character to represent hubris. And if that character means, i.e., hubris dies, so hubris dies, then you got your new life kind of thing. Bunch of lights. How's the lighting go? What if I turn around this way? Is that a little better? Yeah, I get a little more greenery here. Eh? Yeah, okay. Oops. Is that better? Oh yeah, a little different scenery here. Yeah, okay, good. Okay. That way I don't get the staff in the background. Okay, where are we? So it's a defense mechanism, right? Taking refuge in the pathological nostalgia that you're a little king and little god called hubris. All about you, you're the center, you make everything about you, you don't see others as people, you exploit and use others. That's hubris like that. So this innate drive to grow up, this innate drive to heal, so the hubris has to die. It's the death of hubris, that's the birth of your authentic self. Okay, as soul doctors, we can say that these forces are unconscious. They come from an unknown past. It's built in with evolution. In evolution, okay, when something's wounded, we try to heal. If a tree is wounded, there'll be saps and things. It'll try to heal itself. If an animal's wounded, he goes somewhere to lick his wounds. It's innate drive that when we're wounded, we're trying to heal. We're wounded. Human beings are wounded. We're homo traumacus. We traumatized ourselves accidentally 10,000 years ago. And we got all these perverse things like either or and hate and all this hubris. Okay, that's a sign of trauma. So we're trying to heal. Okay? A lot of people think in the future we'll be more healed in the future. Hopefully, oh my goodness. But we can consciously facilitate our healing. You know, so we can be active in building the nest for our healing. So do you feed the healing? Okay. Do you want to? So do we be the light? Spread the light, share the light, you know? But people who are afraid of healing, they're going to attack the light. So there's your famous struggle like that. Which wolf do you feed, kind of thing. Yeah, what the native people say, which wolf wins? Well, the one you feed, right? Remember that? Okay, psychoanalysis borrows from the poets the idea that humans struggle to create and suffer their experiences in order to represent them and integrate them psychically. Okay, so yeah, again, we recreate a reflection of the outer to show us our inner. As above, so below. If the mother was a robber baron and she plundered our inner home, and you become her and you steal other people's homes, okay, or you participate now, whatever, that's a reflection of what happened to you. If you pollute on the planet, that's a reflection that you felt polluted. If you destroyed the nutrition that means you didn't get mother's nourishment. The outer is a reflection of the inner. That's a huge topic. 2725 part 3 of 3. We have a thing called the 48 symptoms of homo traumacus, sort of based on this idea of as above, so below. The outer is a reflection of the inner state. So like Michael Jackson says, you want to heal the outer? Well, start with the inner state. Start with the man in the mirror. Start with yourself, kind of thing. So mother was a short seller. She got a benefit by short selling her soul. So if people become short sellers, they're going to short sell the planet for a quick buck because the mother got a little benefit when she's traumatized, when she gobbled up her baby, meaning traumatized the baby to make the baby. So she was greedy. So that's an oral thing. That's like the oral greed, like that. So if there's greed on the planet, because we ended up with greed, and the mother was greedy. So where does greed come from? No baby's born greedy. He has a need, but if it's unmet, again and again, unmet, it ends up with greed. That's the trauma. Greed is a sign of trauma. So that's and then the greed can lead to envy. Now you got grenby. Oh boy. And then you got ennui. For the wealthy get ennui. The poor, they say, have hope. So there's maybe boredom because they can't get what they think might give them love. So they might feel bored like that. But the wealthy have all the money, and it didn't work. So now they have ennui. Interesting. We got an important point about this issue of ennui. Where are we here? We struggle to create links of meaning, to bridge the splittings inside ourselves and our societies. So we got to make the link. As above, so below. It's a link. It's a reflection. If 20% of the people are putting 80% of the people in poverty, okay, that's a reflection of the inner state of the 20% who feel emotional poverty. Okay, so if there's physical poverty, we're creating it as a reflection, to reflect, to know the link that we feel emotional poverty within. As above, so below. It's a link. It's okay? All right. I'm not bothering anybody. All right. So far, so good. We struggle day and night with our psychic constructions. The poets tell us the stories of these struggles. So before psychoanalysis, you had poetry, you had literature, people like Ibsen and Goethe, Faustian Pact, and so on. The storytellers, of course, and the ancient philosophers. Lao Tzu is a key one, the Tai Chi symbol, that's a great one. And Confucius, of course, all the ancient African spiritual traditions, indigenous traditions, all of these ancient medicine men and soul doctors, herbal therapy. So there's a fair bit there. Okay, we mentioned that ghosts are symbols for unmourned losses. You cannot capture or frighten away a ghost, i.e. unresolved losses, unmourned losses. You can only mourn it. So if you think in ghosts, if you think in terms of there's a ghost or something, okay, that's it's communicating to a loss that you have a mourn. It's communicating to a trauma, which is also a loss you have a mourn. It is common for ghosts to wander undead by reason of unresolved, i.e. unspoken traumas that keep them in the twilight zone between life and death. Yeah, so you think about that, the ghost, unmourned trauma, that's like the twilight zone of accepting, not accepting, right? Accepting the loss, not accepting the loss. You're in like a twilight zone, right? Let's do a few more twilight zone phrases here. In the twilight zone of intellect and imagination. Okay, so conscious, unconscious, the twilight zone, right? That middle ground where you're trying to make the unconscious conscious. Like when you wake up and you got a dream sequence, now you're in that confusion, try to interpret, that's the twilight zone. So when shrinks use the word twilight zone, it's sort of like that. And the TV episode is sort of inspired by that to a degree, to a major degree, I think. The twilight zone of mind and body. Yeah, mind and body. Mysteriously between mind and body. Look at that, eh? So there's a conversion. The baby's crying and screaming to the mother. She gaslights, shames. It goes inward to the body. Now you got a psychosomatic symptom that continues the cry and scream. So the psychosomatic symptom is the crying and the screaming that we did as a baby to the mother. The pain is still crying to the mother. The pain in the body is crying and screaming to the mother. It just went detoured underground, mysteriously between mind and body. This is like a twilight zone kind of thing. So psychosomatic symptoms reveal and conceal the original cry and scream to the mother. Originally it was relational. It was revealed, it was two people, baby to mother. Mother gaslit the baby, it went inward, now it's in the body, now it's screaming to the body like that. The pain, it's still to the mother, but it's within, so the pain reveals, but it conceals. So he's crying to the mother, but it's concealed, but the pain reveals it. Go to our quote by Capex, Miss Capex, K-E-P-E-C-S, that one, about that one. The idea occupied a shadowy and obscure pre-conscious place in her mind. It lived in a twilight zone. It was as if this was the first time this thought had become truly conscious. Okay, so he's saying, I never used this phrase, but the pre-conscious is sort of in the twilight zone. It's in the middle ground between totally unknown to you, it's not known to you, but you can know it maybe. Maybe you did know it, but you forgot it's in that pre-conscious area. So maybe he uses that as the twilight zone. For all of us, there is a twilight zone between history and memory, between the past as a generalized record, which is open to... Is the lighting too wacky here? Let's see, where can I get proper lighting? Like that? Oh, that's okay, right? Stay like this? Okay, like this. Well, let's do this. Okay, let's just do this. In the twilight zone between being unconscious and automatic, or conscious and deliberate. Yeah, okay, look at that. Eh? So your adult mind, okay, adult mind, okay, or frozen child, freezing parent, automatic, repetition compulsion, automatic. Okay, now you got the conscious mind that's in the present. All that's in between is the twilight zone. This middle area, that's the transition to bring unconscious, or the bridge to bring unconscious material to your consciousness. The twilight zone is the bridging mechanism to bring, so unconscious material can be sent to the conscious. So the Twilight Zone episodes are like that. A lot of the episodes in the Twilight Zone are like that. It's Twilight Zone. It's a little bit psychoanalytic. It's fairly psychoanalytic. Walton's Lost and Found Emporium, To See the Invisible Man, Memphis, One Life Furnished Poverty, the Doberman Pinscher one, the Groundhog Day Nightmare one, and so on. I could spend 10 hours on those 10 episodes we've done so far. Some of them are lighthearted, like Kenshi Type. They have some fun ones. Kenshi Type. The comedian one's a very good one. That guy, please take my false life, please. A play on when the comedian says, take my wife, please. Take my false life, please. He had to face shame. So he was in hell. Hell means shame. In the hell scene, he was confronted with the heckler. The heckler was his true voice, his inner knowing. He had to face his inner knowing. So he had to face the shame like that. So he was in hell. That's a very good one about that one. The shadow is a metaphor that translates an experience that we have every day of our lives. The knowledge that we have a Twilight Zone, i.e. an obscure part of ourselves in which many presences reveal themselves. Between the conscious and the unconscious, it is as if the child invites the therapist to join in an exploration of what happens in this Twilight Zone, where the unconscious content is disguised in such a way that it may be communicated to the analyst. Oh yeah, that's a Twilight Zone kind of thing, right? You wake up in the morning, you get a dream, it's coded, it's the manifest. What's delayed? That's the Twilight Zone. You want to unpack it. They've changed, yeah, that's good. It's refreshing. They've changed some of the music here. This one is. Yeah, this is way better than what they had before, whatever this is. It's a moodier, mellower, right? YouTube is recording, so it might be copyrighted, maybe you're not hearing it, but otherwise it'll show the name of the song on the YouTube. Oh yeah, when I did the video two videos ago, I did it in a little bakery place. The music, most of the songs that were above head were copyrighted, so you'll notice a few trimmed out sections. Joseph Campbell described myths as the inner journey through which the hero loses himself through a transformation of consciousness and emerges with a new identity. If you were abused as a child, okay, your false belief, your personal myth says you were somehow at fault, and even now blame yourself for anything that goes wrong. So that's facing the Doomsday. So in the Twilight Zone called Saturday, the healing journey in 7 parts, with each part named after what are the days of the week. So first was the someday stuff. Okay, someday a pint of ice cream will be mother's love in the past. The wine will be mother's spirit in the past. You got to face this nonsense. Okay, or someday, if you expose mother and reveal mother and show her up by shaming others as a protest of what she did to you, magically she'll apologize and correct. Okay, nonsense. All this kind of someday stuff, this relentless, unreal hope. Then moan, you feel the moan. And on Tuesday, this Tuesday is this quote here. You got to face this false belief that you thought it was your due, your obligation, your responsibility, your guilt, and you're in debt to your mother. Oh my God, get that out. Oh, yikes. What a repulsive, yeah, I feel a little disgusted, a little repulsive feeling at that idea. The baby must really be disgusted. Mother, what are you doing, mother? You think you're making me responsible for you? I'm overwhelmed by this. I want to vomit that out. God, that's a disgust, right? People have little interiority, positive inner experiences. That's Karen Horney, positive inner experiences. Okay, so if culture floods you with propaganda and advertising, etc., it's all over the place, well, then we're not really looking at metaphors and symbols and things, being bombarded with lies all the time. The average age of the advertising executives is now 34 or so. Can you believe it? All this advertising is coming from 30-year-olds. As in television, movies, the music business, advertising is run by young people for the young, and almost no older mentors are left. The deepening and heightening of the psyche that was the distinctive virtue of elders is not part of the sibling-driven corporation. Okay, he uses the metaphor of if you're being flooded with lies and propaganda, he uses the metaphor, well, you want to build an ark, right? To stay afloat, to stay alive. Okay, so the ark, we might say then, is the ability to live in symbolic life, that is, to read symbols and experience them so that the ship of meaning, critical thinking, adult mind. So the ark in the flood is the adult mind. The flood is frozen child, freezing parent. Okay, you being a frozen child, freezing parent, that's like the flood, right? The ark is the adult mind, the ego, the adult ego. The ship of meaning, okay, which saves you from being flooded by your past. Of course, we take the animals and plants on board with us. Our interior instinctual, wolf and her mate roam the ship. The oldest of living mammals, the elephant, his mate, and so on. Okay, so Robert Bly is the metaphor. He borrows the idea if there's a kind of like a flood in a myth or fairy tale or story, if there's some kind of flood like that, that means you're swimming in the past, the unconscious. The ark is that the boat, it keeps you afloat, the reasonable mind. And then you have pairs of animals. That means like your feelings, your instinctual feelings, your body like that. You've got elephants and wolves and things. That's your embodiment like that. And you're reasonable. You're floating above the water. So you're not swimming in the past. You're enjoying the present. So when you're triggered, you might be swamped and flooded like that, like under the. Like remember the duck unconscious under the water? Well, we're not ducks, right? We gotta appreciate the duck spirit and all that, but we're not, right? Humans are not ducks. So if we feel triggered by the past and we're tempted to go back to the past, that's all unconscious. It's like flooded like that. Like your conscious is here and you're in the unconscious. Where's your conscious? Well, if you have a boat like that, that's the adult mind, the adult ego. The ark is the adult ego, the adult mind. The adult mind keeps you afloat in the present. So you're not repeating the past, the frozen child, freezing parent, stinger, clinger. You're in the adult mind. That's the ark. That's staying in the present. When there's a temptation to be pulled down like that, so you stay in the ark, you stay in the boat, and in the boat, so you keep your body. So all the animals are like your body like that. All that, all those animals, the pairs of animals, that's your body, right? And the pairs would be male and female, right? So that's again the male, so the female and the male, okay, feminine, masculine, for the present. So you're embodied. So the animals would be like your embodiment, and you're in the present. The ark is your ego. The ark is your ego mind, your adult mind, and you got your body. All those animals are your embodiment, and the ark is your conscious ego mind like that. And you're in the flow. So if he says, so his example was in pop culture, you're flooded with all this BS. You're losing your adult mind, and you're losing your feelings. You're in the past. They frighten you like children or something. So you want to build the ark. So you want to read, build critical thinking, read psychology, read psychoanalysis every day for 10 minutes. Robert Bly says, and that's building the ark. So you can stay reasonable. You can stay in the adult mind. You can float, and you can be afloat like that. Okay, I said enough, right? I'm just riffing here a little bit. Is it too? Oh, gee, is it too dark again? It's always so hard to get proper lighting around. Let me look around for another spot. Let me see. What about here? Is this a little better here if I go here? What about here? Same kind of thing, right? Same kind of thing, right? It's a little better here, right? A little bit. Okay, let me shift over here. When that fellow leaves over there, I'll move over. There's better lighting over there. I gotta wait till that guy leaves. Yeah. So let's move over here for a minute. Yeah, hold on a second. Still there? Okay. These ones by Robert Bly are from his book called Sibling Society. He went on quite a rant about how culture and society is all about maintaining the pin. So birth trauma puts the pin in, and all of culture and education, universities and pop culture and advertising, all this that keeps the pin in. So he says, the culture, society is meant to help you create the conditions to have the feelings and let the pin pop out. He says quite the opposite. In sibling society, if you attack the elder energy, the elder spirit, the healing kind of, then you put all these 30-year-olds in charge of everything. That's just going to keep the pin in, because they don't have self-awareness. They're bitter, they're angry, they're unaware. It keeps the pin in like that. You gotta have elders running, you know. I think shrinks should have more influence. I mean healthy, honest shrinks, not the corrupt ones. A lot of stories of corrupt shrinks. Right? It's too bad about that. Is that a little better? It's hard to get lighter on here. Maybe I can still go over there. Yeah, let me go over there. There's good lighting at that corner, but it's just right beside the guy there. That's where I was last time. Yeah, okay, let's give it a try. Yeah, let's move over. It's too dark here, right? Lighting better here, right? A little better, right? Let's try this. Just too bad. I don't want to disturb this guy here. The lighting's better here, right? A little bit, yeah. Okay. That's a little more comfortable here. This is where I did the last video. The last video was, I thought it was pretty refreshing. I thought it was a good video. Done on Halloween, yeah. My goodness. Maybe all that shadow energy. You know, the shadow is the metaphor of the shadow. I mean, everything unknown about you. A lot of your gold is, that's why people keep saying the gold is in the dark. Like the shadow, that's your gold is there. Like your positive feelings, your golden ball, your radiant feelings. And you're like, when you get your structure, when you get your authentic self, your golden ball comes back. But that's all in the dark, unconscious, right? So, included with projection is what they call golden projection. Okay, like who you be had you been loved, that potential, that golden, how you feel. And you say someone else has that, well, that's the potential that could be yours. It's unknown, it's painful to know it. So you say others have it. So if you have a lot of positive thoughts about others, well, that's kind of like potential in you, you know? Like I see Rick Santers, you know, on stage. He's kind of energized, a little confident like that. That could have, you know, I feel like had I learned music or something. Oh, he's leaving. Hold on a sec. It's okay. He tripped on him. He tripped on him. Let me go down the spot here. Well, no, I feel badly because maybe my talking disturbed him, so he got up to walk away, but then he tripped on the thing. Tell him he can have his old seat back. Is asking if there's anything he wants, anything he needs, like water, or is there anything we can do for you? It's okay. There's too much sake? If you want some more sake, we'll get it. Yeah, don't hesitate to ask the staff or me or anybody. Whatever you want. turned out the guy drank too much and he just tripped. He's okay, totally fine. He said he drank too much sake. Yeah, I feel about. I went over and I was talking in the video. Then suddenly he got up and walked away. I kind of felt badly. I guess I was disturbing him. It took about 5 or 6 steps, and then tripped on one of the chairs there, and kind of tipped over. So he's okay now. But I should have. Let's try over here then. I'll check in on him later. He's a tough, crusty guy. He's a regular drinker. He looks like he's done that before. I think it's routine for him. It was nothing for him, yeah. Okay, so maybe that'll be a transition for him. Maybe his, who knows? You know, maybe something like that can be a turning point. Maybe he realizes, geez, you know, I gotta quit this drinking stuff. So the theory that Richard Ullman and Harry Paul, those two guys, in their book called Narcissus in Wonderland, they talk about this. They think that drinking and smoking and etc. It's about triggering up, using the physiology to trigger up the old archaic fantasies that we had in ancient times in a different era, where we felt important in a blissful, important state. So that's called pathological nostalgia. What maybe we can say is pathological nostalgia, to go back to that blissful kind of place. So fantasies maybe weren't enough, like conscious fantasies maybe didn't do it. So you want to go back further and bring up the uterus fantasies. So when you're in that kind of place, you're in a blissful place, you're in a trance, you're in a self-hypnotic trance, where you are infantile megalomania, where you are important. They say you want to trigger up the megalomaniacal cell. And the lighting here is not too good either, right? That guy was very armored. He had a lot of very hard body they call body armor. Very tense musculature. Me and the other guy picked him up. He had a very intense musculature, very tense. He's like a stocky, wide-built guy, right? He could have been like a fullback or something. Like he could have been like a rugby player or something like that. Yeah, tough, hardy, very tough, hardy, sturdy build kind of thing. We don't have any quotes. We don't have any quotes about whether or not the broader build, if there's more of a tolerance response to trauma. So they put up with the trauma because they have more of a capacity to armor it. So there's no need to, so you can kind of stay in defensive mode more if you have that sort of biological extra resilience of the bigger bones and the bigger body build and all that. I don't know about that. Some long ago people talked about that kind of thing. What's it called again? The mesomorph? Is that right? Did I get that right? Ecto, endo, meso. We don't have any quotes on the ecto, meso, endo, meso, ecto. Ecto is the spin one. Endo is sort of like the plumpy one, and the meso is the broad shoulder built one. You're not hearing me, are you? It's too loud here, right? So my talking must have bothered him to want to get up, right? He could have just stayed there, but son of a gun, I had a half and half feeling about sitting there. Part of me thought I might be interrupting him. Another part of me said, well, there's, I don't know, maybe it'll be okay. I was looking for better lighting. Season starting now, the high season starting now. It's busy all year round. There's no really, you can't really tell the difference between low season, high season. It's just busy the whole year, 24 every day. A part of me wants to go back and check in on him. I think there needs to be grief circles, talking circles, where people can sit in a circle, you know, and have the chance to talk about things and mourn and grieve. We're not sitting in circles. We're meant to sit in circles. That's the traditional, regular, normal thing that people are meant to do. They're meant to sit in circles, grief circles, talking circles. A lot of people don't have that, so they use alcohol or cigarettes to numb the pain. But ideally, you'd like to have a talking circle. Like, let's say that fellow never had a chance in his life to talk about his losses, and that body armor is kind of like the anger. Sarno says, like hypertension, okay, backache and shoulder ache and hypertension. He thinks that's the rage at your mother as a baby. So it goes to the musculature. So the muscles are holding your anger at the mother. That's an interesting theory by John E. Sarno. He's a medical doctor who specialized in the body-mind connection, in the twilight zone between mind and body. He specializes in this twilight zone between mind and body. If the mind, emotion, psychology, spirit, okay, if there's a trauma there, it goes to the body, that twilight zone. Now the body is a reflection holding the trauma in the mind, psychology, body, spirit, trauma goes to the body gets a symptom, the body's bearing the burden, the body remembers, the body keeps the score, everybody tells a story, the body's kind of holding it, but it's there because of the trauma and the emotional living life, the emotional life, so the body bears the burden. So all these psychosomatic symptoms are the burden of the body bearing the burden of the emotional trauma, psychological trauma. So the body can hold it. If it's having a problem holding it, well, then you can add fantasies of the cigarettes and smoking. Okay, you can add, prejudice ideas. You can add negative humor on others, dumping and scapegoating like that. So you're just looking for more and more defense mechanisms. You just keep on layering over the denial. See, at some point you got to sit in a circle, relax, feel safe, have a good weep, have a cry, at least feel the safety of the community, at least feel the hope and the safety that others care and others, you're not alone kind of thing. There's huge value in that, sitting in a circle. Even though I'm not a counselor, I once tried to organize a circle myself. I asked around a bunch of fellows in midlife. Unbelievable. There was a knee-jerk, terrorized reaction. Oh, they ran for the hills like, oh my God. They couldn't trust, they can't talk, no way. There's a huge distrust, men have a huge sense of distrust of other men. They're not going to share it in a circle like that. That's why the whole AA thing is maybe so successful. Maybe there's a commonality. Yeah, that guy probably, if that guy is an alcoholic, maybe AA would be good for him. I don't know. I don't think rice was meant to be brewed to be 40% proof. Where's the intuition in that? Where did we get the intuition to create alcohol? I don't get it. Maybe it's an accident. Oh, I feel better. You feel pain, drink this, you feel better. Maybe it's just an accident. Indigenous people, they would only use something like that, like peyote or alcohol, in medicinal ways if somebody's traumatized. It wouldn't be like the norm or something. You know? I'm not talking about nowadays when 70 million indigenous people were. Yesterday we mentioned 2 songs. Okay, let's not get into that topic. That's a huge topic. Although yesterday there was a brief mention about it. A lot of smokers around here, look at that. Eh? I was in Germany 2 years ago. I was immensely surprised to see how popular smoking is in Germany. There were those smoking vending machines everywhere, ashtray cans everywhere. People were smoking all over the place. I thought Germany was kind of beyond that. My goodness. It's pretty much, but there's projection. Like if I see somebody smoking, I gotta think to myself, wait a minute, well, how do I, use food to tranquilize myself and put myself in a hypnotic state, food trance state? Okay, I use food I'm an emotional eater, I feel, because sometimes I'm not hungry, physically hungry, but if I feel anxiety, I might reach for the biscotti. I'm not physically hungry for those cookies, but that's an emotional thing. So it's sort of similar. Maybe it's just a question of culture, availability, or preference. I don't know, a habit of what you learned earlier on. But there does seem to be an added element with nicotine. They say it is more addictive. I can wean myself off any kind of comfort food anytime, as long as I get some regular fresh food. I don't even want to drink coffee. I just sometimes there's nothing else around us. The tea. Honestly speaking, the tea, the brand they chose, I think, is not the best. But it's hard to get good tea. Hold on a second. Well, that's the first sort of clear-cut feedback I got that maybe my talking did bother somebody. That's the first time I got that. I don't usually have the impression that my talking might annoy somebody near me. Usually it's the opposite. They actually sit beside me. A lot of people, suddenly they're around me kind of thing. So it gives me the sense that they didn't avoid me kind of thing. They could go, there's other empty seats. That's the first time somebody kind of deliberately kind of wanted to walk away. Actually, I can relate to him, because if somebody's near me talking loudly on the phone or something, I'll move. I'll do what he did. Like, I'll move, right? Well, if he's staying in a 5-star hotel, he's well off. It's okay, right? Maybe. Oh, things have quieted down here. Oh my goodness. Oh, let's do a preview of Von Franz. Yeah, I mentioned earlier. We've got some quotes coming up from Marie, the one and only Marie Louise Von Franz from Switzerland. One of the most memorable quotes of hers is from her Puer Aeternus book, the Peter Pan book. She calls it the Puer Aeternus, eternal youth, Peter Pan, like that. So she said whenever she gets a Playboy in her office or something, and they think they're special little gods like that, she said to them, I don't get it. How are you so special? If you think you're a little god, and he thinks he's a god, not one over there thinks he's a god, and he thinks he's a god, and he thinks he's a god, you're all like little gods. How are you so special? You're a diamond. Only she could confront a narcissist. She's got that tough personality. She's a very crusty, tough. Okay, let's do some of her quotes here. Two of them. I just have two of them. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Okay. There's a motif. There's a motif in fairy tales where, like Vasilisa, I think it was Vasilisa had to differentiate between the seeds. She had a mountain of seeds or something. She had to divide them. I don't know, edible seeds and unedible seeds or something. So they gave her a mountain of seeds, and she had to separate them out like that. What does that mean? Leaving the girl to select the good from the bad grain. This is a theme to be found in many Cinderella-like fairy tales, and appears also in Amour and Psyche. It is a typical task in mythology of the heroine. Separating the good from the bad grains is a work of patience which can neither be rushed into nor sped up. The Greek word krino means to discriminate, to make a distinction between A and B. It is a work of careful, detailed, feeling judgments. Okay, so in one fairy tale, one assignment Baba Yaga gives, okay, you gotta discriminate. Is that your feeling? Is that your true feeling? Or defensive, false feeling? Is that a feeling related to your defense mechanism? Your narcissistic, neurotic pride in that area? Or is it an authentic feeling from your authentic self? Can you distinguish between feelings from the feeling self or quote-unquote pseudo feelings from your false self? Can you separate the seeds like that? So I think that she was saying, to be aware that we use defense mechanisms. If a defense mechanism doesn't work, you might feel some sensation of anger. Is that a real feeling? Underneath it, there's a real feeling. Distinction, so make that distinction. She calls it feeling judgments. The process of becoming conscious for a person is that. He or she has to become clear about their negative and positive reactions, know where they are, instead of making a lot of muddles and half muddles. This task of sorting grain is as though Baba Yaga makes a test, saying that if the girl or the protagonist Vasilisa could make the right selection, she would not fall into a muddle of folie droit, transference, counter-transference kind of stuff. To penetrate into the depths of her secret small effects and to bring consciousness and selective discrimination into the hidden nature of hers, which operates in the background. Okay, she gave the example of some women, they play kind of like these passive-aggressive games where they mislead and they say, oh, hi. It's okay? The manager just checking. Oh, they got very good. They're very careful with, you know. This is a very well-run, well-oiled machine here. Very well-run. Very nice place. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're good with the staff selection. I think I feel like there's an attitude of selecting staff that are kind of friendly and helpful like that. There doesn't seem to be any kind of nepotism or you got to put some a favor for somebody, put in some nasty person to please someone. I don't think that kind of stuff's going on. I don't think so. It's a merit-based kind of thing. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Okay. Oh yeah, she gave the example of like some woman that she'd play games with the fellows or something like, she'd make something unclear, mislead, be passive aggressive, he thought this, they create a fight. So she'd provoke a fight, that'd be this muddle of the transfers, counter transfers. Well, that's defensive. If the woman's playing games with people like that, playing games with the men, creating intensity as a defense against intimacy. She's afraid of her honest feelings. So just create a fight with the guy. Mislead him, don't return his call, say you'll do something, don't do something. Now you get into this argument, this folie droit, you're triggering the past. That's this whole muddle, half muddle, she said. So the task in healing is to separate the grains. The grains. Wait a minute. Okay, creating the folie, creating the drama, creating all this drama, that's a false grain. A grain, seed. Okay, identifying a real feeling of what you need, that's a true discernment, a true discrimination. So you pick that seed. So can you pick the seeds, like discriminate between the drama and the authentic feeling? Okay, the sham feeling versus the authentic feeling. That's the seeds, the grain thing. So Baba Yaga says, you gotta separate these grains. I forgot what it is, the blue grains and the red, I don't know, or I don't know, there was something about some grains having one trait and the other grains having another trait or color. I guess you have to separate the grains. So in myth and fairy tale, this seems to be a motif. So now Von Franz's interpretation is, this is code for, in the healing journey, we need to separate these little sensations. What's an authentic feeling judgment from the feeling self versus the sham stuff from the game of the false self. Persona, the mask, defensive self. So one woman is doing defensive stuff, okay, so she wasn't discerning her authentic feelings. So if she's going to heal, Baba Yaga says, okay, separate the grains. Have to practice, that'd be like mindfulness maybe, or something like that. To penetrate into the depths of her, to bring consciousness and selective discrimination into that hidden nature of hers which operates in the background. Oh, here's the one about the cursed one, the second one here. In fairy tales, redemption refers specifically to a condition where someone has been cursed or bewitched. Okay, in fairy tales, redemption refers specifically to a condition where someone has been bewitched or cursed, and through certain happenings or events in the story is redeemed. The type of curse can vary. The type of curse can vary. A being in a myth or fairy tale is generally condemned to assume an animal form. So in the Odyssey, the men turn into a pig, right? He's cursed. Or to be an ugly old woman or man who, through the process of redemption, turns into a prince or princess again. So isn't that the beast one becomes the prince again? So Beauty and the Beast. Okay, so the beast, you're nice to him, you kiss him, he turns into a prince, frog to prince, I guess. There are certain types of cold and warm-blooded animals. Frequently, okay, the curse can be, he's going to be turned into a wolf, a lion, a bear, a bird, a duck, a raven, a dove, a swan, an owl, maybe even a snake. In other cases, someone is cursed and thereby forced to be destructive, like the stepmother, without desiring to act in this manner. Without desiring to act in this manner. So any wicked character, they don't really choose to it. They're in a curse in that place. That's called neurosis. A human being in a neurotic or dysfunctional state might very well be compared to a bewitched person. For people caught in a neurosis are apt to behave in a manner uncongenial and destructive towards themselves and others, and act in an unconscious, driven way. Yeah. Right? So if somebody's neurotic and dysfunctional, it's compulsive, it's a constraint, it's a compulsion, you're driven, you're unconscious, you're acting out. It's like you're cursed, she said. So in a fairy tale, they say, oh, he turns into a whatever, fill in the blank. Now you got to be careful. You don't. It's not concrete. You don't say somebody is a that. You say, well, he's metaphorically acting in a way that's not his nature. That's not his natural. So you turn him into something else. Like in the Odyssey, right? All those guys were turned into pigs, right? Because they didn't have self-awareness. They were greedy. So they were turned. So if somebody's greedy, okay, they might be cursed and turned into a pig, right? Like that. Something in the Odyssey, right? Okay, so just to keep it simple, in a myth or fairy tale, if the witch curses you or somebody's cursed, that's code for neurosis, dysfunction, repetition compulsion. You're acting out the past. That's like a curse. It's like a fate. It's like a traumatic death. When we say destiny, we mean like a not a healthy destiny about being who you're meant to be, like a wrestling with this cursed destiny. So there's two ways to use that word destiny. So like cursed destiny, you're destined for this curse like that. You mean it like that. So the storytellers would talk about the compulsion of neurosis, of repetition compulsion, by saying that the person morphed into a bear or something, whatever. And then in White Bear King Balaam, he came back to the prince's normal state or something. Wait a minute. No, hang on. In that one, in White Bear King Balaam, the man was cursed to spend half the time as a human, half the time in the animal, right? That might be a different motif. No, hang on. That's a different motif. The bear is the embodiment. I think that's a different motif. There are different fairy tale motifs. I think that's a different motif, that one. But he was cursed, right? White Bear King Balaam. He was cursed, wasn't he? Okay, here's a basic one about, here's the circuit breaker one. I talked about the circuit, I found it this morning about the circuit breaker. Traumatic events by definition, overwhelm our ability to cope. When the mind becomes flooded with emotion, a circuit breaker is thrown that allows us to survive the experience fairly intact. That is, without becoming psychotic or frying out one of the brain centers. Yikes. The cost of this blown circuit is emotion frozen within the body. Emotion frozen within the body. That's the circuit breaker. That's the pin. The pin is the circuit breaker. It shuts down, right? The body shuts down, circuit breaker. The pin might be like the circuit breaker. Yeah, okay. In other words, we often unconsciously stop feeling our trauma partway into it, like a movie that is still going on after the sound has been turned off. That's quite an image, right? You're watching a movie, suddenly the sound turns off, but the movie's still going on. The sound is the body being frozen, but the movie's still going on. So you're functioning, but you're feeling, yeah. We cannot heal until we move fully through that trauma, including all of the feelings of that event. Okay, a continuation of this by Woodward here is: when we freeze, we detach, we leave the room, we lock away whatever part of the experience is most threatening to us. We stop being present to the traumatic experience, also called disassociation. Disassociation can get us through the immediate trauma, but unfortunately, that frozen emotion can get trapped in the body, resulting in all kinds of ill effects over time. Someone who experiences repeated physical abuse growing up, for example, can experience a psychological and spiritual impact that gets stored in the body and remains there long after the obvious physical damage is healed. Now, this doesn't have to be physical. If there's emotional abuse, psychological abuse, spiritual abuse, it affects the body, so it's the same. If we've gone numb often enough in response to abuse, numbness becomes a habit. And it's a dangerous habit because the pain and suffering are still there, stuck in our bodies. Walking around with that kind of unresolved pain is the root cause of addiction. That's the root cause of smoking, drinking, emotional eating, etc. So some self-help questions for your journal. Are you aware of any way in which you may have locked trauma in your body? Are you aware of any way in which you may have locked trauma in your body? That's a good question. What emotions, pain, or suffering might be stuck in there? What effect has this had on you? Do you see any connection between these feelings and your addictive behavior? Right, can you make the link there? And are you noticing any desire to avoid or escape from these feelings? Where does this sense of brokenness and emptiness which addiction tries to fix come from? Well, when you begin to uncover the roots of your addiction, very often you find unresolved trauma. Okay, so if a person's a regular, extreme alcoholic, that comes from unresolved trauma, and then the culture perpetuates it, right? We live in a culture that's addicted to the concepts of either or, right and wrong. Okay, either or, my greed, your greed. Either I plunder or you plunder. This either or. Adversarial. Our culture is addicted to the adversarial thinking, oppositional thinking, either or thinking. Okay, highly addicted to us or them. Yeah, me, my greed or your greed, us or them. Okay. If we believe the solution is outside of us, we're going to cling to all sorts of externals, all sorts of different strategies to try to relieve that psychic pain. So either or thinking, adversarial thinking perpetuates the pain. Then you look for cookies and cigarettes and booze to hypnotize you or to tranquilize you. But at the source of it all is the trauma. Oh yeah, there's the one about the dream interpretation. Each time a dream interpretation hits the mark, an individual aha experience. It's like an individual aha experience. A piece of the unconscious is joined or bolted with the conscious. Oh, that's the bolted one, yeah. Okay, trickster energy, rabbit energy, duck energy. For example, transference. Transference represents the phenomena of the client's projection of his or her feelings, thoughts, and wishes onto the therapist, who has come to represent an object in the client's own past. Okay, so Cinderella was the beautiful mystery princess, right? So Cinderella is also a personification of the beingness, right? So if I remember correctly, the castle, there was like it was unproductive, right? The king couldn't have children or something, or you wanted grandchildren. They weren't producing children or something. So that's code for there's a staleness, there's no freshness, things are flat, things are not growing or developing, things are not healing. So there's a kind of like a poverty like that. When there's like something like that. So because the soul, Cinderella is in another place, so you want to get her back like that. So when Cinderella gets to the castle, they get married, then they'll have children, right? They'll be grandchildren like that. Maybe later we'll look at this in I've kind of avoided that one for some reason. I don't know. It's typically about rescue. See, it's not about rescue fantasies, like someone's going to save you, the prince is going to come save you. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor that you'll be redeemed within, so you're saved like that. But the stepmother motif, that means the mother is envious and bitter. There's not enough loving side of her. There may be a little bit of a loving side of her. That might be the fairy godmother one. So there's some memory of some goodness of the mother. It might be very early on. It might be just in the uterus. She might be just a ghost like that. So there's the fairy godmother. So there's a famous split, right? Fairy godmother, bad witch, like that, stepmother. It's two sides of the mother. It's just two aspects of the mother. So there's still some kind of hope that if the mother did love the baby, even if it was just in the uterus, there's still some kind of enduring hope like that, enduring possibility like that. But when the child was born, the mother freaked out and shamed the baby. Now she became the witch. So the mother was missing, the mother was dead at birth, and the guy married a stepmother. It's not a literal, concrete stepmother. Stepmother is code for narcissistic mother, envious mother, bitter mother, envious mother. That's what's confusing. I still can't quite get my understanding around how a woman has a daughter and suddenly she's envious of her. How on earth would any woman, she wanted a boy, why would she want a boy, not a... Why would a woman want a boy instead of, why would there be any kind of purpose like that? To the degree that she's enraged that she didn't get the other one, right? She got the other one instead. I got a question mark about that. I'd be interested to interview a bunch of women who had daughters. Well, if the daughter reminds her of herself and she repeats what happened to her, or the daughter might have a better life and she's bitter about that, I don't know. I don't get it. A healthy mother has what's called Freude, pleasure and delight in the happiness of her daughter. If she doesn't have that and she has Schadenfreude, that's the sign of severe trauma on her end. If a mother has Schadenfreude for her children, that's severe trauma. That's a real curse. I mean, that's a real trauma. That's filled with ennui and envy and sarcasm. Jesus Christ. Maybe the mother having a daughter expects the daughter to be perfect or something to redeem her. If the daughter is maybe like a star or something, maybe like exceptional or something, maybe the mother can take vicarious feeling if others feed the daughter, like admire the daughter, the mother felt admired. Maybe, and if there's a problem with the daughter, the mother, no daughter can be like a perfect superstar or whatever, so she might express her anger about that maybe. Then she scapegoats, right? Yeah, then she would scapegoat. Maybe first the daughter is meant to be the hero, disappointed, then she scapegoats in her anger to blow off steam, to make herself feel better. Now she shames her daughter to feel better all the time, because the daughter will be hurt. She makes the Faustian deal with her mother, the grandmother. Maybe that's what's going on. How are we doing here? Let's see. 7 o'clock, battery's holding up. It's funny, yeah, today the time went, I feel like this is a video where time kind of flew on me. Time went past quickly. Sometimes I do a video, only 1 hour passes, I feel like it's been 5 hours. This is a 4-hour video, and I feel like it's barely 1 hour, right? Maybe. I want to better understand this phenomenon. Like, yeah, the time element. Rod Serling has an episode called The Time Element. It's not available on the Twilight Zone, ironically. It's available on a thing called Westinghouse Desilu Playhouse, Season 1, Episode 6, I think, called The Time Element. That was meant to be the pilot to the Twilight Zone, which got rejected. But Lucille Ball's husband, Desilu, what's his name again? Mr. Babalu guy, right? He saved it. He was the host of that Desilu Westinghouse show. They bought a studio and all this, so he saved it, he liked it, he saved it. And then I think from there, it led to the birth of the Twilight Zone. Thank goodness, that's a great show, Twilight Zone. I haven't seen the original 5 seasons. I've only seen the first reboot. That's all I could find on YouTube, 85 to 81. The second reboot, the third reboot, I can't find it yet. But that first reboot, I got a feeling are the best episodes. Let's see. Should we take a peek at what might be coming up, or just wrap it up here? Oh, sorry. Yeah, your mission. Oh yeah, sorry, your mission. I forgot to give you your mission. Just a joke. So in each video, the task is to find one that you might like and to free associate with it. And just brainstorm with it. Use it as a prompt to free associate with. Use it as a stepping stone to see what else might come. And just, yeah, so that's, so just pick one from this batch here. So for myself, let's see. Oh, the Noah, right? Okay, that's okay. But the ark is a metaphor for the adult mind. Okay, so the ark is a metaphor for the adult mind. If you don't have the adult mind, then you're drowning when the frozen child, freezing parent, unconscious repetition. That's the flood. You're flooded like that. Okay. Interiority. Okay. Okay. So this tendency to blame ourselves if our mother abuses us, we've got to face that. That's the Doomsday one. Okay, this is not bad. Joseph Campbell described myths, okay, the hero's journey, as the inner journey, or the inner journey. It's called the second journey, called the inner journey, or the hero's journey, through which the person loses himself, his false self, through a transformation of consciousness and emerges with a new identity. Okay, it's the birth of unreal hope. It's the death of unreal hope. That's the transformation and the new identity. Okay, in the twilight zone between being unconscious and automatic, or conscious and deliberate. Now that's a good one, the twilight zone. So you're somewhere in between the repetition compulsion, that's automatic and unconscious, okay, but what you want is the conscious, adult, ego, arc-like, deliberate, present, in the now, in the present, deliberate, conscious, agency, adult mind, conscious mind. Okay, or you're just in the compulsion to repeat. So in between these two is called the twilight zone, or the pre-conscious. One guy calls it the pre-conscious. Okay, the one about the ghosts. One guy calls it between intellect and imagination. Okay, conscious, unconscious, maybe. One guy calls it between mind and body. Okay. The poets tell us the stories of our struggles. We struggle to create links and meaning and bridges and healing. We struggle day and night with our psychic constructions called endopsychic structure, intrapsychic structure, psychic constructions. Okay, internal working models, scripts, schemas. Yeah, this one's not bad. Central to any tragic plot is the shattering. Shatterday, yeah, oh, look at that. Shatterday. Yeah, there we go. In Twilight Zone called Shatterday. The shattering of the omnipotence of hubris, the false self, and the emergence of, okay, the tragic subject. Okay, that's called the depressive position. Three-dimensional. It's ambivalent, so a little bit tragic. You're admitting the pain. You're not perfect, but you're good. But you're hurt, but you're still good even though you're hurt. You admit what befell you. Once again, we want to feel safe so we can free associate. We want to be able to reflect instead of act out and repeat. We want to recognize others as having a separate mind. This builds empathy. Okay, so again, we want to mourn instead of just blaming others. We want to make a commitment to become familiar with the disowned aspects of ourselves. So you want to make a commitment to yourself to get to know yourself. Know thyself. It's a kind of a commitment. It's kind of an inner marriage to yourself, like a commitment to yourself. Okay, and remember there's this, the quest for psychic truth. There's this innate drive for healing. An innate drive for healing. He calls it a truth drive. Innate drive for healing. We see the healthy personality as containing a truth drive. Yeah, so see if there's one in there. Also for me, which one is it? The last one, I don't mind the last one there. The hubris one, okay. The last one, the last three, the last four. Actually, I kind of like this one, this simple one here. In the twilight zone between conscious and automatic, Or conscious and deliberate. That's okay. I like that one. The Campbell one, okay. The Robert Bly one, okay. The Noah one is okay. Yeah. Let's just pick one here. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna stick with the last one there. Yeah, okay, the last one by Mr. Lowenstein here. All right, I'll pick the last one. This 2930 is kind of fun, yeah. The Von Franz one about the fairy tales. So we'll do this one again. The curse one, yeah. The seeds. So the seeds, yeah. Pick the seeds. That's a good one. I didn't pick the seeds too well myself, right? When I saw that fellow there, I was confused about the seeds. I had a feeling judgment. Leave him alone. The guy looks tired or sleepy or something. Just leave him alone. Don't interrupt him. And then the false self, the hubris in me said, just go there. You want to get better life. That's the hubris in me. So I think I missed it. I didn't separate the seeds properly in that moment. Yeah, I think there was a feeling judgment in me to leave the guy alone. He looks tired or something. I thought, just wanted to be on his own. Leave him alone. Don't interrupt him with my talking. That was my feeling judgment. But the hubris in me, the narcissism in me, or the hubris in me said, well, I get better light there. I want better light. So I chose the wrong seed. I chose the wrong seed. Because when I went there, the guy didn't like me talking. He got up. I didn't know he was drunk. I had no idea he was drunk. He made a few steps and tripped. So I picked the wrong seed. So that's part of the Baba Yaga. Remember, you got 3 Baba Yagas, right? The resolve oppositional thinking. You had the seeds one, and then the trickster duck one. But in other fairy tales, Baba Yaga might have other tasks, right? Yeah. Okay, how are we doing here? Let's close it up here. Okay, let's pick a song to close up today's video. Let's see. And any song related to the quotes here? Let's see. And do any songs come up? Oh, Noah. Oh my God. Do we have a song about the boat? Any songs about boats? Let's see. In our soundtrack, do we have any songs about boats? What about seeds? Picking the seed. We talked about the seeds. Do we have any songs about discernment? Okay, making discernments. Krino, or krynos, to discriminate, to make a distinction between A and B. So you're discerning. So you're selecting careful. So is it this? Is it an authentic feeling, or is it hubris? Can you discern between hubris, neurotic pride? Okay, can you discern between neurotic pride or feeling from your true, authentic self? Okay, what about the curse one? Okay, what about the circuit breaker? In the trauma lock, frozen in the body. Twilight Zone. Should we just close up with the theme to the Twilight Zone show? What about ghosts? Morning, psychic truth. empathy. The unconscious content is disguised in such a way that it may be communicated to the analyst. Yeah, one example about that was the poor kid was being abused at home and all this. Then there was some kind of public function, but he was being kind of naughty and misbehaving and all that. And some kind lady kind of pulled him aside, kind of thing. Kid, talk to me. What's going on here? And he never had that experience. He never had a motherly figure be present and sincerely want to hear him, kind of thing, like care about him and hear him. He never had that. He freaked out, kind of thing. He was stuttering, a long pause. I was going to run away, but he stayed. He managed to stay. And he didn't know how to specifically say the problem. So he created a metaphor. Okay? He created a metaphor for his problem. He blurted out, "No, the farmer shot my dog." Okay, the kid doesn't have a dog. Okay, but he was being abused at home. He cloaked it with the metaphor, "The farmer shot my dog." Means the father's hitting him or something like that. So that was so you don't take it literally what he said. It's not literally true, but it may be kind of emotionally true. So the symbol is not true, but it points to an emotional truth underneath. That's a Twilight Zone kind of thing, right? The kid's saying that. What's the truth? What's he saying? What's that code for? Twilight Zone. Okay, let's just run through our catalog. Let's see. We haven't played Sir Tab Arenner in a long time. She's got a song called Olsun, O-L-S-U-N, by Sir Tab Arenner from Turkey. But I'm referring to the updated version. She has an original version from a decade ago. She did a revised, sort of jazzed up version of it called O-L-S-U-N. It's about the grieving process. She's holding onto a tree, trying to grieve like that. Yeah, she's in the forest holding onto a tree. Has a sort of a fairy tale theme to it. Okay, let's just keep it simple. We'll close up with Sertab, S-E-R-T-A-B, her first name. Arenner, is that right? E-R-E-N-E-R, Arenner, from Turkey. She's a typical pop diva, all the usual pop diva appearance like that. But that song, Olsen, I thought was pretty good. The one she did about a year ago. In the music video, she's hugging a tree, trying to mourn losses. She's talking about the mourning process, grieving like that. She wants support from the tree while she's trying to grieve. So it's a little bit about grieving. We have 2 songs by her on our soundtrack. That one there called Olsen, and another one called Buddha. I don't know about the value of meditation, appreciation for meditation, celebration, sort of like an appreciation about Buddha for his teaching about mindfulness, discerning your feelings, staying with your feelings. Oh yeah, I saw one self-help. We don't have a thread on meditation, but what did he say? Like you don't force your breathing, you just observe your breathing, you notice your breathing. Okay, but on the exhale, notice your presence when you're exhaling and you're present. So on the exhale, after you exhale, notice how you're present in the now. So when you exhale, just notice you're in the now. Something like that. Oh, this is a fancy place. The security guards wear ties here. All right. The parking lot attendant wears a tie here. Wow. Wow, that's good. He's the guy that's helping the cars park and all that. don't think I've ever seen a parking attendant wear a tie. Huh? That's a huge impression for the whole hotel, right? Like people arrive, that's the first person they see might be that guy with the tie. Maybe they feel he's formal or professional, or respectful, or whatever. Oh my God, we have no quotes about ties. Oh my God, yeah, Jesus. We've got 62 topics on the go as it is, so maybe in the future we'll add more topics. But we got 62. Ennui is a recent one. Nostalgia is another recent one. You know, Missing Fairy Tales. Okay, this is a major one. Psychologically minded film and TV show quotes. That's a major one. So Route 66, $25.99. Okay, and we got a whole bunch there. WKRP in Cincinnati, Barney Miller, Side Order of Life, Rhoda, Harry's Law, a few from there. Drop That Diva. Oh my God. The Drop That Diva one, if I remember correctly, it's the law is the wisdom of the ages wrapped in the opinion of the moment. Apply that to yourself a little bit, right? Like see if you can like apply it to a person on a personal level, right? The law is the wisdom of the ages wrapped in the opinion of the moment. Apply it in the moment. All that you've learned about yourself, apply it in the moment. Everything that you learned about yourself, apply that in the moment. Discernment, the seeds, the right seed. Yesterday I mentioned Harry's Law. The guy had a midlife moment. He said to himself, his charm, his defense of self is wearing thin. So he was confronted with this issue at midlife. The scriptwriter, the line the scriptwriter gave the actor was, hey, I wonder what's worse. To realize you're no longer what you are, or that you still are what you've always been. That's a very underappreciated, unnoticed quote. See a quote like that. We've got a lot of quotes kind of like that others haven't noticed. You'll find them here. The fugitive, you know, Richard Kimball is a fugitive from the justice he seeks. Oh, there's a sports car, just a brand new sports car is just sort of in front of me here, but I don't want to show it to you because the privacy. Oh, maybe I can. Well, when they leave, I'll show you the car. Oh my goodness, what is this car? V something. Okay, they're leaving. Let me show you this. Let's wait till they pass. Okay, here's a fancy sports car here. I don't know what model this is. Is it showing up there? It's got looks brand new, shiny. V8. That's a spiffy. That's a real spiffy looking sports car. Oh my goodness, yeah. It also has a bit of a smoothie aesthetic kind of quality to it. Like a wave, it has a real good smooth flow to it like that, yeah. Let's see. Is that them? I don't want them to think I'm watching their cars. Let's see if I can get the logo somewhere. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a Mercedes. Oh, Mercedes-Benz. Oh, that's a Mercedes-Benz. Oh, oh my goodness. I never would have guessed that's a Mercedes-Benz. Where's that made? Somewhere. I mean, where in Germany is that made? Somewhere. There's a city that makes them. Yeah. Stuttgart. Is that right? Stuttgart. Is that near Stuttgart? They make. Is that right? Or is that? It's the same company, right? Volkswagen, Mercedes. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh. Mercedes usually makes those big clunky cars, right? I've never seen like a real sleek Porsche-like looking car. It looked like a father and son kind of deal when it came out, a father and son. Why am I talking about cars here? Robert Bly says when he finishes his interpretation of the fairy tale, he talks about mundane, ordinary things to bring people back to present reality. I'm kind of influenced by that, so I'll talk about some simple, mundane thing about, oh yeah, some trivia about the cars or something. A little bit, maybe there's a bit of unconscious hubris in me because I'm nowhere near being a storyteller like Robert Bly. My goodness. Any final thoughts here? Okay, let's close up with Sir Tabarenner's song called Olsen, the revised one done maybe 2 years ago, 2022 or 3, I think. It's the music video with her hugging the tree, trying to grieve the loss. She's talking about grieving and admitting the loss. The lyrics, look up the lyrics of that song, there's some good lyrics in there. Yeah, so Robert Bly or Von Franz was saying, or One of them was saying, often when you're in the grieving healing process, you may find art helpful to kind of facilitate the validation of your feelings. Whatever art form it may take. It doesn't have to be painting or poetry, or it could be what else could it be, right? Painting, poetry, language, literature, writing an episode for the Twilight Zone. That'd be good, yeah. That'd be really good. I'm very surprised why Mr. Serling did not write an episode for himself about smoking. He was a chain smoker. The guy died at the age of 50, lung cancer, he smoked all the time. Why didn't he write an episode to help himself about, maybe there is one, I don't know, I haven't seen it so far, if there is one. But he was definitely onto something, He put plays on TV, little mini short story plays called speculative fiction in the area of the Twilight Zone, making the unconscious conscious. Not all of them might have been too convincing, but we've discussed some, like need to know is a good metaphor for how we can, to be conscious that we can't know the truth, that babies can't know the truth, that's need to know. Narcissism about that people are people, that's called to see the invisible man. Uterine trauma, that's the one where the alien thinks the universe, he transfers. So if the baby's in the womb and the mother's drinking, smoking, taking pills, whatever, the uterus is not a friendly place. He's enraged, not getting enough oxygen. He's what's around him is terrorizing him. He's fighting with a sea monster. Okay, the placenta cord 3 veins, he makes it a sea monster. The uterus is not a friendly place for him. It's prenatal stress syndrome, prenatal trauma. He's frozen there. He transfers that broadly to everywhere thinks the world or the universe is not a friendly place. And that's what the guy was saying. The universe is not a friendly place. That's code for prenatal trauma. So that story was, I think, and the cynicism he had about the only way he can relate to people is he only wants flying monkeys. He's narcissist, he wants flying monkeys. So the alien came to Earth. Okay, all of you and people, I want you to be flying monkeys. He said, but you people are trying to heal. I don't need you, forget it, I'll find some other ones. The mentioned today, one life furnished in poverty, the time travel one, where you're the master of your unconscious, you're the captain of your life kind of thing, that idea. Memphis, where the guy had a problem in his future, so he went to the past, addressed the past, came back to the present, and his future was better. The key to your future lies in the past. The comedy one, Take My False Life Please, where he went into hell. He was a comedian on stage, and 3 nights a week, 7 days a week, he had to face a heckler in the audience, who the heckler was his inner knowing. He's got to face the shame, the truth. He had to face the shame and the truth. So when he talked about himself, everybody laughed at him. Normally he poked fun at other people. Now everyone's going to laugh at him. So he was being compelled for 20 years to talk about himself. That's a metaphor for the process that in the hero's journey, the Odyssey is 20 years. So he had to spend 20 years in hell facing his shame. He was in hell facing the truth. The truth will upset you free. And then we'll know after 20 years whether he can kind of mourn or not, or it's too much, he couldn't do it, he's stuck there, who knows. One called, what's another good one? We mentioned Wong's Lost and Found Emporium. That's my favorite one. Wong's Lost and Found Emporium. That's my favorite episode so far. Oh, there's more. My God, there are more episodes. I gotta write them down. My goodness. I think I have a quote from coming up. Oh, okay. Oh, here's a key. I forgot the title of it, but there's a very good episode. It's a redo from the original series, where the guy had a recurring nightmare, Groundhog Day style. Okay, so just quickly, first the daughter, the couple. Mother was like a stepmother type, father was absent, all that. Sort of around a little bit, I guess. Anyways, first they had a daughter, but it was a Cinderella type of thing. The mother was a wicked witch and all that, wicked stepmother. So the only daughter's hope was to have a prince saved like this. So one version of Cinderella is that when the father protects the daughter from the abusive mother, he's like the prince, the rescuer, not the way you normally think of it. Just somebody who protects her like that. Somebody who saves her, quote unquote, saves her like that. Anyways, there are two parts. Part A is the daughter heavily dependent on the connection with the father, thinking that's all she has as protection against the mother. If you didn't have the father, then she's exposed to the wicked stepmother. So she needed the father. Now later, the son was born. The sister hated him. Get out of here, I don't want you. You're interrupting my connection to the father like that. If I don't have a father, I'm exposed to the mother. You're interrupting things. So she didn't want the son around, the younger brother. So he felt like a criminal. Did he do something wrong? He's being rejected. He's not supposed to be here. He committed a crime. So the son felt like he did something wrong. Okay, that's part A. Turn the page. Another version, they did a condensation, I think. The other version is sometimes the son comes on the scene and the mother engulfs the son and doesn't need the husband anymore. She parentifies the son, parentifies the son kind of thing. The father, he may say, fine, take him, sacrifice, you can have him, leave me alone, I'll go to the garage, play my hobbies, I don't know what to do here, you're engulfing him, okay, fine, whatever, here, take him, sacrifice like that. The son doesn't want that, right? The son doesn't want that. Okay, part B, another version is, father sees that and might be jealous and wish the son wasn't there. Yikes, so the son came on the scene and feels like he committed some kind of crime to the father. So now you got this son here, the youngest one, the son here. They condense two false beliefs that he's a criminal, he did something wrong, he's guilty. So this guy grew up, had nightmares. In the nightmare, it's a courtroom, and in the nightmare, he sees the father in there as the judge, you're guilty. Next one, he sees the father as the district attorney, you're guilty. Next nightmare, the father is like the priest guy, you're guilty and all this. Okay, and then he's having this again and again like Groundhog Day, but he's trying to face it, he's trying to address it. So in one loop, he says, I must think I deserve to be punished. I must have done something in real life that makes me keep having these dreams over and over again. Something I feel guilty about, but for the life of me, I don't know what it is. Quote, what about your forgiveness, Dad? Do you forgive me for whatever I did? So here he is in the nightmare saying to the father, whatever it is I did, can you forgive me for that? Father, whatever it is I did to you, can you forgive me for that? Like, whoa, he's really trying to face this. Okay, now we don't see the sister part, so he's stuck in the dream like that. That's a very good episode about facing unconscious guilt. So the child thinks he's guilty, he's defective, it's his fault. No, seriously, no way. No way, it's not, the son did nothing wrong. He was born, he did nothing wrong, being born, he's not guilty of something. But the sister says, I don't want you. Father says, I don't want you. He thinks he's guilty like that. But he wasn't born with that, he just thought that by how he was treated. So he got these nightmares, so he was trying to face this issue. That's a Twilight Zone kind of thing, right? Oh yeah, back to facing oppositional thinking. In our fairy tale, we have a hero with 1,000 forgetfulnesses. The young woman he sets out to rescue ends up rescuing him, holding the tension of the opposites, a union that is seen in the tale's title, The Maiden Tsar, The Maiden King. Oh, it's different. Okay. So again, the title, Maiden King. So the beingness is you're doing, the kingly, masculine doing comes from the beingness. So the beingness is the king. The beingness is the king, maiden king. Okay? If you don't have your beingness, there's a corrupt king, an evil king, shallow king, cruel king, whatever. The beingness is the king, the authentic king. The beingness is the authentic king doing. So your doing comes from your beingness. That's called maiden king. The swan. Back to the swan. Okay, so these quotes are coming up. Do we have any other Twilight Zone quotes here? Oh, I forgot about this one. Cat and mouse. Yeah, about the Don Quixote. So this playboy guy, he looks for lonely women, all these fantasies. Now the playboy said, "Look, I'm a tomcat. I'm just gonna allure you and reject you and leave you like that. I'll use you, and when I'm bored, I'll leave. Is that okay with you?" She twisted it. I'll save him. I'll fix him. I'll make him be a reliable guy. So she mixed fantasy and reality, and the conclusion was a lesson on romance versus reality with a word of warning for those who want to mix the two. Don't. Or your head may be, or you may find your head in the clouds, feet on the ground, and the rest of you somewhere in the twilight zone. Okay, so the Don Juan would allure women and reject them. Because that's what happened to him. As a baby, he was allured and rejected. He identifies with the aggressor. So he goes around, allures and rejects, and does it again. So he's married to mom, he's a mother's boy. Okay? So he's stuck in the repetition compulsion of alluring women and then rejecting them. That's the Don Juan syndrome, okay, the Don Quixote, Casanova, or Playboy, whatever like that. So he was just doing his normal routine, and the woman didn't want to believe it. She blotted it out, and then you know, he slept with her workmate in her own house and all this. He doesn't care. He's just in the compulsion to allure and reject. Allure. He doesn't feel or trust. He doesn't see people as people or care about people's feelings. Now, to his credit, he did say what he was. Like, she didn't care. She was so lonely, and you know, she was too lonely, so she just saw what she wanted to see. Kind of. But the point was that the Playboy was also a narcissist, so they addressed that. So they made him lose his. Well, he was confronted with it, so he couldn't do it anymore. So he was compelled to relate to women as people. He would thingify the women, objectify the people and all. So, like, similar motif actually to see the invisible man. If you put it together, to see the invisible man and that one there, cat and mouse, a little bit in common. The conclusion was in narcissism, you got to see people as people, not just things to use and get supply and all that. Now that was sort of a bit of a. The star of the show is the cat. The show is called Cat and Mouse. Okay, the one about the numbing, that one's coming up, so we'll see about that one. Oh, back to Anne Shape. She has a line here. She quoted somebody who said, quote, "If I were wiser, I wouldn't be where I am now. But of course, if I weren't where I am now, how could I get any wiser?" Again, if I were wiser, I wouldn't be where I am now. But of course, I wouldn't. Of course, like positive spin. Opportunity. If I weren't where I am now, how could I get any wiser? Lifelong learning. So we're always stay in learning mode. If there's a temptation between judging and learning, try to stay in the learning mode. Always a chance to get wiser. So every day there's a chance to get wiser. Okay, so these are coming up. We got a couple. One very important one about the birthing area. So let's wait for that one. And the back, the narcissism is coming up as well. we got a quote from 1906 coming up. Can you believe it? 1906, a quote from Albert Hubbard from a self-help book of his called Life, Love, and Work. Oh, we got some more self-help. Let's try these ones. We got some more self-help slogans. This one's from somebody named Claudia Black. Intimacy is trusting another with who you are without the fear of rejection. Okay. Recovery isn't changing who you are. It's letting go of who you are not. Okay. You can't be honest in the here and now when you continue to deny your childhood experiences. Okay? Know yourself. It will be the gift you offer in sharing yourself with another. Okay, that's okay. So know yourself. It'll be the gift you offer in sharing yourself with another. When you don't speak the truth, you betray yourself. Yeah, that's a good one. When you don't speak the truth, you betray yourself. When you encrypt the truth, you betray yourself. To begin healing, you must stop pretending, denying, minimizing, rationalizing, etc. Addressing unfinished grief allows you to put the past behind you and to be present in your life today. Don't let your inner critic sit on your inner child. Don't let your inner critic sit on your inner child. That's the best one, right? Okay. In accepting your own limitations, you learn to accept the limitations of others. The shame-based belief that you are not okay is something learned from the outside. You are born inherently precious. Yeah, that's a learning. You learned it. You're not born with it. You can't go forward without owning the past. Yeah, the key to your future lies in the past. You can't go forward without owning the past. The key to the future, back to Memphis. This is the same one with Memphis, the last one. Oh, wicked stepmothers. Wicked stepmothers. Okay, that's the split off, envious side of your mother. Oh, okay. Oh, burglar. We always got one. A burglar's always. How strong this defensive putting the parents into the wrong was. Putting the parents into the wrong was. See, that's still this battle with the mother. Protesting, exposing, showing up the parents, putting them in the wrong. Look, you're an injustice collector. You're repeating it, trying to expose it. Because you feel like you can't let it go because you're validating your feelings. It's hard to let go because of the feelings around it. So you're holding on to this, how your parents were unjust to you. Until you can accept the feelings around it. If you don't accept the feelings around it, then you're still trying to expose the mother. How strong this defensive, quote, putting the parents into the wrong, unquote, was, is visible in the fact that her neurotic attitude even overshadowed her vanity. She just played self-centered, masochistic Cinderella with a pseudo-aggressive defense. So dysfunction, self-defeating, okay, you're still in this intense defensive, putting your parents, exposing your parents as wrong mode. So if you're neurotic, you're broadcasting. My parents were wrong. My parents were wrong. Listen to me. Come on. Somebody notice. My parents were wrong. If you're the stinger or the clinger, my parents were wrong. So you're still in this false battle like that. Okay. But at the same time, you're not aware of it. So you have to hope, you think the pain means a chance for love, or if you expose her, maybe there's a chance your mother will change her ways and provide the love that was missing back then. Nonsense, no time machines. So the way out of this is the ark, that boat, right? The adult mind. So you build the adult mind when you identify a frozen child, freezing parent. Well, it's in the past. Shadow voices from long, long ago, from a different era. Build the adult mind. Oh. Oh, the parking guy is busy today, huh? Oh, it's busy with the cars here tonight, huh? Oh. Yeah, tell you the truth, I very rarely, I tend not to do videos on Saturdays, so today's a Saturday, so things are a little busier. Oh, there's another sports car. Oh. Similar sort of. Oh, that's an Audi. Oh, I think that's an Audi. Oh my God. Wow, this is a fancy car day today. I'm in a 5-star. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm in a 5-star hotel. Yes, please. Oh, the hubris one. Oh, here's one about hubris. If I recognize my need for a higher power, then I have to recognize that I'm not a higher power. Ironically, when we have ourselves, we don't worry about losing ourselves. Okay, these ones are coming up. Andre Green, okay. The stepmother who so frequently appears in fairy tales seems to be the child's fantasy of the bad, cruel, or jealous, envious mother. Okay, so sometimes, okay, the stepmother in shrink language, it's either going to be the persecuting mother, the dead mother, the sadistic mother, the torturing mother, the mother whose look is opaque and consuming, the mother who doesn't reply, the cursing witch, the devouring mother, persecutory mother, castrating mother. When they say that, they mean like taking away the baby's agency, the baby's initiative and autonomy. They mean it that way, not the way you first. Aspects of the maternal object are split between the bad stepmother and the good fairy godmother. Splitting is generally an earlier pre-oedipal, i.e. oral phenomenon. This splitting takes place in the first weeks of life, very, very, very early on. Oh, here's the issue. Deprived parents may try to extract parenting from their children, thus depriving them and hence maintaining the cycle of deprivation. If the parents try to extract parenting from their children, that's trauma, that's attachment trauma. That'll do it. They're enraged, mother's a witch. They can't. Don't let your inner critic sit on your inner child. Oh yeah, when you're traumatized, you expect to be triggered and repeat. Look at that. Emotionally strong past events trigger dispositions to form expectations of repetitions. These are people the more trauma, the more you're going to repeat. The more you're going to repeat, the more you're trying to repeat, so you're more easily triggered because of that. Individuals actively repeat painful experiences when such experiences remain unassimilated. So we're trying to assimilate the past. Reenactment appears to arise in part from a psychobiological imperative to produce endogenous endorphins that numb feelings that have a tranquil. Oh, okay. So one of the consequences of repeating, every time you repeat, you get the numbing effect. Every time you repeat, you go into swoon again. Because the baby went in a swoon, so if you're going to repeat, you're getting back to swoon. That's a kind of a unfortunate byproduct of repeating. You're trying to learn, but when you repeat, you get the swoon. It makes you unaware. So you repeat numb, repeat numb, repeat numb. Well, how do you learn if you're always like numb of it all, right? That's what he said. Okay, let's just leave it there. Okay, is that it? Yeah. Okay. The seeds. This one about the circuit breaker, I guess that's what this lengthy quote's about here. Let's see. Should I do a preview this one? Hold on a second. This is from this is just an experiment. This quote here, I'm not even sure, it's probably more in the honorable mention pile. We do have a major honorable mention pile, so I'm kind of on the fence about if this is a TQ quote or an honorable mention. Should I give it a zip through? It's about the circuit breaker one. The circuit breaker one. Let's see. Okay, it's too long. Okay. Repeated overstimulation of the brain's reward circuit numbs the response in the brain's pleasure center. Repeated overstimulation also strengthens associations, which increases cravings, and it weakens inhibition from the prefrontal, the adult mind, the arca, which undermines self-control. Oh boy. Okay, let's say that. I'm not even fully clear on it today. That's why I'm kind of. So this was coming. This is from one of those public, so-called grade courses I saw. Like an open public domain free courses kind of thing. So he was talking about the circuit breaker thing here. So we'll see. Okay, let's just see. Okay, let's just wrap it up with Sir Tabarenner. So let's hit the play button here. Okay, so if we had so let's just imagine hitting the play button here, playing Sir Tabarenner's song called Olsum, a very nice song about just check out, I forgot the lyrics, but check out the lyrics to O-L-S-U-N as in Nancy by Sir Tabarenner. Check out the lyrics and then play the revised version of that song, the one with the music video where she's hugging a tree and all that. And I'll see you in the next video. For the love up there to medicine, I'll see you in the next video. And let's close it up here. Play button, please. For the love up there to medicine. Thanks very much.